Can we have a big round of applause for Tari Kreasi Garuda Pradana as our welcoming Balinese dance? Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to inform you that among us here we have
His Excellency, a keynote speaker, Minister of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Honoris Causa Insinyur Budi Karya Sumadi.
His Excellency, a keynote speaker, Head of Research Center for Transportation Technology Indonesia, Dr. Engineering Aam Muharam MT.
His Excellency, Head of Human Resources Development Agency on Transportation Indonesia, Dr. Insinyur Joko Sasono, Master of Science Engineering.
His Excellency, an invited speaker, Head of Greater Jakarta Authority, Indonesia, Dr. Umar Aris SH, MMMH, that will be represented by Bapak Insinyur Zamrides, MSI, Director of Infrastructure at the Greater Jakarta Authority.
His Excellency, an invited speaker, Head of Transportation Policy Agency MOT Indonesia, Dr. Gede Pasek Suwardika, Master of Science QGIA CU CAE, that will represented by Dr. Eni Yuliawati SAMT, acting as Head of Transport Policy for Safety and Security.
His Excellency, Head of Human Resources Development Center on Land Transportation Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Andes Nahdudin, Master of Science.
His Excellency, Director of Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety or PKTJ Indonesia, Bapak Imade Suwartika ATD, Master Engineering of Science.
Her Excellency, Co-Conference Chair of ICSMS 2022 and Founder and Chairperson of Research Synergy Foundation, Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsi SAMM.
His Excellency, an invited speaker, Director of Vehicle Safety and Biomechanic Research Center at Malaysian Institute of Road Safety Research or MIROS, Malaysia, Technologies, Zulhaidi Muhammad Jawi.
Her Excellency, an invited speaker, Head of Education Division at Human Resource Development Center of Land Transportation Indonesia, Dr. Siti Maimuna SSI MSA MA.
His Excellency, an invited speaker from the Technical University of Munich, TUM, Asia, Singapore, Dr. Ali Bawono.
Her Excellency, an invited speaker from Edith Cowan University, Australia, Professor Kerry Brown.
His Excellency, an invited speaker from University of Nottingham, United Kingdom, Professor Patrick Wheeler.
His Excellency, a Session Chair from University Technology Mara, Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Rizaimi Shaharuddin.
Her Excellency, a Session Chair from Universidad de Manila, Philippines, Assistant Professor Dr. Leticia V. Marquez.
His Excellency, a Session Chair from University Technology Mara, Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Zaini Haryati Muhammad Zain.
His Excellency, a Session Chair from City College of Angeles, Philippines, Dr. Roniel B. Antonio.
Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, faculty members, all participants of ICSMS 2022, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning from Bali, and welcome to the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, ICSMS, organized by Politeknik Keselamatan Transportasi Jalan, or Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety, PKTJ, in partnership with Research Synergy Foundation, supported by Scholar Vein, Research Synergy Institute, Reviewer Track, Research Synergy Press, F1000 Research, Cogent Journals, and Taylor and Francis Group. And the conference theme is Safe and Sustainable Transportation.
This international conference will take place over 2 days, starting today, Tuesday, at 29 of November until Wednesday, 30 of November 2022. ICSMS 2022 is an international conference devoted to various spectrum of transportations, sustainable mobility, and safety, to have the oral presentations in the academic conference. We are welcoming all participants in the ICSMS coming from various countries and background to have discussion and also networking on this conference.
And we welcome all the strategic partners and members from the Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem Network to the ICSMS. We believe that this collaboration can bring mutual benefit to all stakeholders involved.
We also welcome all participants, scholars, researchers, and practitioners from various countries in the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, ICSMS, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Germany, Japan, Australia, Singapore, United Kingdom, Philippines, Pakistan, Tanzania, India, Iraq, Morocco, Nigeria, and more.
And we believe that at the ICSMS 2022, you will gain a lot of insight through the knowledge obtained from the interdisciplinary fields of study, and this will lead to fruitful future collaboration and research opportunities. Next, regarding the material of the conference, the virtual background, conference program, and abstract book can be accessed at bit.ly/material_IC-SMS, or you may also scan the barcode that's seen in your screen.
And next, for the Q&A and also the e-certificate. The Q&A can only be asked via Zoom chat rooms for the online participants, and at the hall of this Poltrada Bali for the on-site participants, and the moderator will manage as per the time available. So please kindly write your questions and the name of the speakers that should answer it. Regarding the e-certificate, so the e-certificate will be provided to your registered email after the session for participants who are complete and actively involved in presenting the paper or asking the question or even giving feedback in the sessions. So once again, we would like to encourage all the participants to kindly fill out the registrations and also the attendance form that the committee sent via chat box.
And another reminder for the video and audio. All participants are required to mute their audio, and the host has every right to mute any participant's audio and remove those who are deemed disruptive without any warning.
Moving on, for the next agenda, we would like to invite Bapak Imade Suwartika, ATD, Master of Engineering Science, as the Director of Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety, or PKTJ, to give the welcome remark of ICSMS Day 1 in Station 1. So, Bapak Made, before delivering the opening speech, allow us to read your profile first. Okay.
All right, this is a big acknowledgement for you, sir.
Okay.
Imade Suwartika, ATD, Master of Engineering Science, is the Director of the Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety, PKTJ Indonesia. And before this, he held the position of Head of Relations, Head of the Class 2 Railway Engineering Center for the Southern Sumatra region, and Head of the Planning and Cooperation Section, Head of Transportation Attaché at the Indonesian Embassy in The Hague, Netherlands. And he continues his master's degree in transportation in New South Wales, Australia. Additionally, he attended the Foreign Cooperation Session workshop on diplomacy techniques and major event security management seminar to get training.
Okay. Without further ado, we would like to invite Bapak Imade Suwartika to have deliver the welcome remark. Please, Pak, the time is yours.
Thank you. Om Swastiastu. Honorable Representative of the National Research and Innovation Agency, my colleague, Dr. Eng Muharram MT, thank you for coming. Honorable representative from the Transportation Policy Agency, my colleague, Dr. Eni Yuliawat, welcome Bu. Honorable representative from the Greater Jakarta Authority, Insinyur Jamrides, MSI, distinguished representative from Nottingham University, Professor Patrick Wheeler, distinguished director of Vehicle Safety Biomechanic Research Center at the Malaysian Institute of Road Safety Research, MIROS, Tuan Zulhaidi Muhammad Jawi, distinguished representative from Technical University of Munich, Asia, stay in Singapore, Dr. Eng Ali Bawono, distinguished representative from Edith Cowan University, Australia, Prof. Kerry Brown, distinguished the head of Education Division of Human Resources Development Center of Land Transportation, my colleague Dr. Siti Maimunah, welcome Bu. And all the session chairs from various university, and then all the speakers from the various university and institution, distinguished participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Salam nama budaya, salam kebajikan, salam prestasi. Today, we will watch and learn from scholars presenting their research and works in their own field, mostly in transportation safety, including marine transportation, transportation management, transportation modeling, sustainable transportation, transportation engineering, autonomous vehicle, logistic, public transport, education and campaign and transportation safety, ports management, transport planning, policy formulation and multimodal transportation. Furthermore, today conference also participate from various countries and numbers of researchers from, especially of course from Indonesia, and also we have, as mentioned by the MC, that we have also attendee researchers from Malaysia, Germany, Japan, Australia, Singapore, United Kingdom, Philippines, Pakistan, Tanzania, India, Iraq, Morocco, Nigeria, and more. We are very happy that our first seminar, international conference today, is interest from various countries that we believe that we can gather together to discuss what the future of sustainable and mobility and safety. Thank you for all participants that already registered and joined with us in our conference today. We believe that this conference, it's not only gives us a global forum to share and exchange our idea, our insight, our research result and also works, but also we believe we might provide a wider networking research ecosystem for further collaboration and further projects. We are very glad to share this good opportunity in this scientific community with all the participants, lecturers, and also researchers. Once again, on behalf of the ICSMS committee, I would like to welcome to you all for this conference and hoping that this conference will challenge and inspire us that we have a result and a new collaboration, a new friendship, and also we believe that we might gain a new knowledge for all beneficial for us. Thank you and have a great session. Enjoy our conference today. My Almighty God all bless us always. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you, Bapak Made Suartika, for the very warm welcome remarks in the first sessions.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of ICSMS 2022, let us continue to our keynote speaker session. And the first keynote speaker is the head of Research Center for Transportation Technology Indonesia, Dr. Engineering A.A. Muharram, MT. And before the session begins, we would like to read his profile. Dr. A.A. Muharram is an associate expert researcher at the Transportation Technology Research Center, the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. He earned his doctoral degree at the Interdisciplinary Graduate School of Engineering Sciences, Kyushu University, Japan. He is also engaged in the academic world, having written several well-known publications and serving as a journal reviewer.
He presently works at MEV Jurnal LIPI as an associate editor, Sinta 1. He served as a reviewer for several publications, including the IEEE Journal of Emerging and Selected Topics in Power, the IEEE Transactions on Industrial Electronics, the MDPI Energies Q2, the Electronics Q2 Reviewer, and the MEV Jurnal LIPI Sinta 1.
So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. A.A. Muharram.
Cek. Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua dan salam prestasi. Ditambahkan satu lagi mungkin salam kreatif ya. Honorable the Minister of Transportation, Republik of Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Honoris Causa Insinyur Budi Karya Sumadi, Honorable Head of Human Research Development Agency on Transportation, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Joko Sasono, MSc, Honorable Head of Human Research Development Center on Land Transportation, Bapak Dr. Anas Naduddin, MSc, Honorable Director of Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety, Bapak Imade Suartika, Honorable Director of Polytechnic of Road Transportation, Bapak Effendi, Honorable Chair and Co-Chair of this in ICSMS 2022, Honorable Director and Deputy and College, distinguished speaker and invited speakers, Professor, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the head of BRIN, I would like to convey his warm regretting and apologies for not being able to attend this conference. And it is my honor to join this conference. It is a promising conference, I think, and will be a great community for the transportation field. I believe this conference will have a fruitful discussion with the speakers and experts from Indonesia and overseas. Please allow me to deliver the presentation titled "The Sustainable Transport at the Heart of Sustainable Development Goals." So please share the PowerPoint maybe or file. I still cannot see the slide. So maybe just the introduction that for this conference, I guess that will be the important conference in the future, because for the transportation field, that the safety and the sustainability for mobility is the one of the important factor that will be improved in the advanced technology in the future. But for today, we will learn from the speaker, right? Several of them that will discuss deeply about the transportation topics that specify to the safety and sustainability mobility. It's still iya. Apologize for delay. Okay. Thanks, good. So for the next, maybe it's just a short introduction that already introduced by the MC. Next. Okay, so we will go to the sustainable transport issues, challenges, and strategies. Next. So as we know that the transport sector contributes about 26% of greenhouse gas emission. That 91% is come from land transportation, and Indonesia has also the highest emission about for the PM 2.5 pollution in Southeast Asia compared to the others country. And this one shows that, okay, next. So this one shows that the Jakarta ranks as 7th for the most congested megacity that affect to the experience lost about the 65 billion per year due to the traffic congestion. So the challenge is that the low public transport share in Jakarta, Bandung, and Surabaya that below 20% for the total transportation in this city. And the limited public transport network that such as Jakarta nowadays like only have a length that 15.7 kilometers. And we can see that Jakarta, Bandung, Surabaya has less than 20% of transport share, public transport share, compared to the other city in such as Seoul, Singapore, and Tokyo. Next. Okay. In order to reduce the carbon footprint of the urban transport mode, we can see that for the train, tram, and bus has a small carbon footprint compared to the other modes of transportation. And in order to add more in reducing the carbon footprint, we also need to promote not only the public transport and we emphasize to use the non-motorized transport as a sustainable urban mobility system. Next. So this is the promoting public transport. So the target modal split is, we can see like this one. So for the current status, we can see in the left side that private vehicle, we can see that's almost like majority in the on road compared to the public transport and the non-motorized. However, in the future, we need to improve the use of public transport and non-motorized. As to promote the public transport, we can do another method. So the next please. So the public transport planning. We need to understand the needs and the trip characteristic of the city, since each city has their own specific characteristic that affect the, we couldn't generalize the solution for all city in Indonesia. And we also need to optimize the transport network to accommodate the trip demand through the model integration to have a smoother transfer experience, and for the allocation of suitable modes, and also for transit oriented planning, that the goal is to encourage the use of public transport, reduce the usage of private vehicle. Next. So this is another strategy that we know that push and pull strategy. So for the push strategy is a kind of the policy that has a regulation about this incentive regulation. As an example, so if we more drive that we do, that it will give us more pay and limit the use of private cars, such as a 3-in-1 in Jakarta previously, and odd or even number in Jakarta also, and limit the number of a private car. That's maybe nowadays is not yet, the government not yet give this policy, but in the developed country, they limit the car for 5 years. So more than 5 years, they need to like scrap or export to other countries, right? So for the incentive, the government can have the pull strategy, such as the provide the subsidies. As we know nowadays, if we buy the new electric vehicle, we don't have to pay the down payment, right? This is 0% down payment. And also for the tax, it's also reduced significantly compared to the internal combustion engine vehicle. That's the goal is for the sustainable transportation. Next. So discussing about the sustainable development goals. So for the sustainable transportation or mobility and safety, we can obtain it from the number 11 as the sustainable cities and communities. Next. So what is the sustainable cities and communities? That we imagine that the smart city is consists from the smart people that working with in the smart environment, and the government have their smart government that push and provide the smart living for the people, and they have they will obtain the smart economy, and they process this smart city with the smart mobility. So how smart mobility can obtain its sustainable urban transportation development concept? So we call it in Bahasa is ASI. So A is for avoid, S for shift, and I for improve. So I will describe this RC in the next slide. So for the avoid is the need to travel through the form of transport-oriented development. So such the urban transportation system planning with mixed-use concept. So the TOD is infrastructure expansion. So in one area, they have like for the walking, cycling, and for the private car, a greener car technology, and also for the public transport. They mix in the one area. So the benefit of this method concept is like reduce the travel time because the transportation is integrated in one area, and it will improve the air quality and the health of the people in that areas, and also for the safety because it's controlled by the government or operator. Next. So the sustainably urban transportation system, how to improve the traffic connectivity. So we have four examples. Like, one is mixed traffic. So between the urban and regional on one road, we cannot see the traffic only for the urban section, but we need to look at whole system, like where is the traffic come from the regional and come to the urban, and we can make the big area, and it will analyze how the traffic can spare it or divide it to other network road, right? And the junction of national and urban roads. Also for large modal domination, such in Indonesia, a motorcycle is like a huge number on the road, right? This one need to be calculated and analyzed and add to the traffic connectivity. So the utilization of the national road volume data, this is also important, that we will know and identify how road volume and capacity ratio. Next. This is the TOD, like transit-oriented development, as previous I described. Next. So for the number 2 is shift. So how to encourage people to shift to mass public transportation. This is like, maybe nowadays is like hard to implement, but we must, right, to encourage people to use the public transport or the mass public transport. So the government need to develop urban mass public transport better and increase the use of public transport and build the pedestrian and bicycle with a huge number. The benefit is reduce the congestion and pollution, of course, and widening the access activity. So all people can have a same or similar or same access to the system and improve the safety, of course. Next. This is a sample of the development, the urban mass public transport that in Jakarta we can see that the government built not only in one line, like from east to west, but also from the north to south, and they provide the feeder to access this line. Next. Okay. Discussing about the shift, how to increase the utilization of public and multimode. So, if I can ask you all that, what kind of transportation that you use from home to office? Are you use only one, or two, or three? I think its majority is one, right? I can say I'm also use only one mode, but this make like if everyone move from their house, their home to the office in one model, how we can like imagine how is the congestion, how is the traffic in that area, because we go in the same time in same area, and one car, one people inside, rather than we use like bicycle, and we change with the car sharing, or we can use the rail LRT, and we use the what is the motorcycle sharing or bike sharing, and we walk from the bike sharing to the office, and the other. So this will like decrease the volume of the car that come from the same areas to the other areas, and people can have another like healthy, and also because we will move, we will walk, we will not only like from the garage, we sit in our car or our motorcycle, and then we come to the office in the same parking area, and just walking maybe only 5 meters, 10 meters, and yeah, that's the problem. Next. So this is the same implementation of urban with electric vehicle technology. Maybe nowadays, like we have the EV for the car, also for the motorcycle, right? It will help us to reduce the emission. Next. So improve. So how improve the public transport system through planning and integration? For the planning integration, of course, we will narrow the discussion to the intelligent transportation system. So this is the key for the improvement, the sustainable urban transportation. Increasing the use of the green technology, that's EV or the car with using a biofuel, that will reduce the pollutant in this area. Next. Sorry, please let me know if the time is over. So this is the feature in smart mobility. So we have the information, we have sustainable, we have the infrastructure, and we have the safety. Then we also can access the payment. So for the sustainable, of course, we increase the use of the green mobility that have a more friendly to the environment and the pedestrian. And for the infrastructure, with the intelligent transport system is providing data that we can use in advanced technology such digital infrastructure. And for the information, of course, for with intelligent transport system, that will obtain like a huge data that can be analyzed and used for the transportation information that we can access in our mobile devices. And for the payment, it will more easy and efficient for us to use, like we have e-money when we are parking. For me also, I nowadays I never use like a cash for when I'm going for parking. Just tap, and yeah, no no small coin in our pocket, right? And for safety, of course, with the intelligent transport system and the integrated transportation system, it will make us more comfort and safe of the road, and also for the environment. Next. Next, please. This is the technology development that some of them is already developed by BRIN, such as for the vehicle-to-vehicle communication and the autonomous vehicle, and for solid and integrated intermodal system is still, maybe some cities already apply this kind of intermoda, and also for the vehicle to infrastructure. It's nowadays the smart vehicle and the EV and autonomous EV is need to communicate to the infrastructure to send the data and to broadcast the data, and the operator can manage this data, analyze, and also for the artificial intelligence to make the transport mobility going smoothly. And for the ticketing system, one ticketing system, this is also important for the transport, public transport, right? Because we don't want to use like, we will not have like the small coin in our pocket, but we also don't want to have many cards in our pocket, right? So just one card or only our mobile phone, because nowadays our mobile phone has NFC that can be used for the transaction in transport system, and also for smart parking. That's same. Next. Yeah, this is commonly known that the eco-friendly vehicle, EV, low carbon emission, like the internal combustion engine nowadays like more efficient, and the emission is less than the old technology. And yeah, for the vehicle with alternative energy, I think the government now in the test for the B40, I think that's the biofuel 40%. It will help the lowering the emission. Next. Maybe you all already know also about this one. We can skip. Next. Next. Okay. So let me introduce the fast introduction about the BRIN, National Research and Innovation Agency, that we have duties for and function BRIN that separated into three sections. So we have the policy support, like in BIN Bahasa we call it the Deputy Kebijakan Pembangunan, and also Deputy for Research and Innovation for untuk daerah ya, for the regional, and also Deputy for the Research and Innovation Policy, kebijakan riset dan inovasi. On the other hand, we have the funding agency. So BRIN also provides some funding for us to do the research and synchronize what kind of research that we can collaborate between the researchers among the national. And for the executing agency, that's such the organizing research and the research center, such the research center for transportation technology. Our job, our role is just doing the research, not no need to thinking about the managerial aspects. Next. This is the three direction from the President and 7 target in carrying out the role of BRIN. So the important, maybe we can see this 3 direction. We have the science and technology research integration, right? So the human research, the researcher, all researcher in Indonesia nowadays is like integrated into one house named BRIN, and the infrastructure and budget also we manage all in one house. So the second one is creating a global standard, open, inclusive, and collaborative research ecosystem. So the research, we cannot do the research alone. Nowadays, we always push the cooperation and collaboration between the researcher among all in Indonesia nation. So also the third one is the creating a strong and sustainable research-based economic foundation. Next. Okay, maybe next. Yeah, this is one of the transportation technology research program that we propose. The smart mass transportation system is our goal. That to achieve this goal, we have like several topics. The boundary, such the safety, for the safety, the autonomous system, prime mover and electric vehicle, and also the vehicular technology and structural things, and the manufacturer system, and also the others one. And this program, for the in the right side, we can see that the goal is for the smart mass transportation system, and we can obtain the academic excellence. So with this program, we can obtain like the master student and postdoctoral student or PhD student, and also the industry can join this research STEM together with us. Next. Yeah, this is a potential market for the smart mass transportation system research. Next. This is the autonomous urban transport that already developed by the ITB, INCA, and others. And we also propose the second DEM that is autonomous tram development based on the rubber tire. So it's different with the number one, and this one by INCA in ITB and also BRIN. Next. This is the last maybe 3 months or 4 months ago that we have a light hybrid train and smart train research that between the INCA, KAI, and BRIN, and also the 9 consortium from universities. Next. This is the roadmap for the electric vehicle technology research in BRIN. So we started on 1997. So we conduct the research for the special purpose EV. Through the 2019, we developed the key technology for the EV. Next. Okay, this is for the charging station for bicycle, motorcycle. Next. This is also for the battery swapping system. Next. This is for the DC rapid charging station for the EV. Next. So, not only for the land transportation, so we also propose for the sea transportation that the ship, it will be like electric ship in the future. That's to help also to improve and to reduce the emission in the sea transport areas. Next. Next, maybe this is the last. So, thank you for your attention, and BRIN, we are open for the research collaboration for the next great environment and for our advanced nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Am, for the insightful topic. Would you please remain on stage with us, because I think there's a bit of things that we can discuss about the topic that you have been delivering to us.
Okay, so once again, thank you so much, Dr. Aam. So I believe that here, for the participants, both on-site and also online participants, have something in mind that wants to ask to Dr. Aam. So this is a very good opportunity to have live interactions. So Dr. Aam, actually we have one questions in the Zoom chat box. So allow me to read the questions.
Please do, Mbak Santi. If there is a question from our friends here on site in Bali, please do prepare your question, because we're gonna give a moment for you also to share your question. Mbak Santi.
Okay, so Dr. Aam, this is the question from Dr. Prisno Jogiara. So regarding the shifting, in his opinion, the odd-even system will slow down the shifting program from private transport to public transport because it will spoil private transport users. Should be allowed to get stuck in order for them to switch to public transport. What needs to be maintained is that the busway lanes remain sterile so that the public transportation is not disturbed by its travel time. What do you think about these issues? Thank you.
Thank you for the nice question.
Yeah, from one doctor to another.
So, for the public transport, of course, we need to push the use of the public transport rather than use I have the even plate car and also the odd number plate. So I have both of them. Yeah, maybe that's a common now, right?
Common thing happens here
in
Jakarta, especially.
But the government need to push the people, the public, to use the public transport. However, how to attract the people or how to attract us to use the public transport, right? That's maybe the homework for the government. Not only for the government, there's many aspects and many institutions inside there that need to synchronize the program. One aspect that we learn from the overseas countries that in one countries they put one price for all modes. So if we use train from from Depok to Jakarta, and we in a short time we move to other moda such as bus, so we no need to pay again, or we no need to add another additional fee. That's maybe some interesting aspect for the people, right? That's only one case.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aam, for your response. Is there any question from our participants on site here in Bali? Just raise your hands and I'm going to come to you. Don't hesitate if you have any question whatsoever regarding to what the presentation that Dr. Aam has been presented. Okay, from the lady with the light blue hijab. Would you please stand up and can you state from which institution?
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
The presenter. Sorry, I forgot the name. I'm glad to be here, to be one of the participants of this ICSMS, International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety. I am Nursam. I am from Polytechnic Pelayaran Barombong. It's very interesting, the presentation from the presenter today. And I'm interested to ask you about the issues of how can you see that the program or the planning of the transportation in Indonesia, as we know that the phase of transportation in Indonesia, particularly in the big cities, that when the foreigner come to our country and then they imagine of the traffic jam in Indonesia, they will feel, oh, how can I travel from one place to another place in the big cities in Indonesia? And several years later that we know the public transportation has been developed very good by our government. And you said just now that we have to encourage the people to use the public transportation. I think the public transportation in Indonesia already comfort for us. But then there's one thing that we should remember, that the transportation here, the traffic here, not only because of the system of transportation, but it is also because of the unintegrated planning from the urban planning and also the urban planning here they are able to plan about where is the office area, where is the business area, where is the education area, because the transportation here has a role to transport people from one place to another place, because they need to go to their work, so they have to move, of course, and they need this transportation system. So how can you see this kind of condition that actually the government here from many fields, they have to integrate their planning. So in one area, probably the residential area, the people living there no need to move from their residential area to another area. It means that they will reduce the traffic jam for some areas. That's the first question. And for, I'm glad to be here because you are one of the brain research. Have you imagined before how can you correlate it between the traffic system and the Indonesian culture? Yeah, we know that Indonesian people, when we go, let's say we go to the office, and some of the Indonesian people like to go not only to the office, but yeah, for moms like me, sometimes I can feel that I'm going to the office, and then after going back from the office, maybe I will let's say shopping, etc. So I need to use my private cars instead of using the public transportation. So probably this is one of the idea for research. Is there any correlation between the crowded transportation in one place, between the crowded transportation and the culture of the people living there? I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry, can you restate your name again, Mrs.?
Nursyam.
Your name?
Nursyam.
Nursyam, okay. Thank you, Mrs. Nursyam, for pouring your heart in asking the question. Dr. Muharram, would you please respond to the question?
Yeah. Thank you for the, maybe this is a hard question, right? So, that's a long question. So for the first one, I think this is a big, like I said before, this is a big homework for us today, because we don't have like time previously like to how to design the areas, the regional, right? Like this is for the shopping area, this is for the commercial, this is for housing area, this is for office. So for the established areas, and we need to see the not only area A and B, but we also need to see like the previous figure, like we need to see the network, the road network, and the origin and destination for the moving people. So from that data, we can calculate or we can simulate how effective, how efficient our transportation system, and how to change and how to add the one kind or another kind of technology that can improve this network, this road network, and to decrease also to pressing the congestion in the big area, not only for A for 2B, but because this, like we have the link, not only A to B, but A, B, C, D, also all is linked. Yeah, so this is a big homework for us. So in our research center, we have the research group that doing that kind of research. So they need to calculate or to obtain data from the original and destination moving people in several areas. Then they can configure and imagine that analyze that data to improve the traffic in the whole area. That's for the one. And also for it's related to number two. So behavior in Indonesia is we need to move from one place to other place, and also sometimes it's urgent to other place, and that's need like a flexible moda, right? One of the best flexible moda is motorcycle, I think. But we can imagine the on the road in the big cities, the motorcycle user is too huge, it's too much,
And
right?
with their attitude somehow, sometimes.
Yeah. So one thing is the government is already make the transportation system better than previously, and the public transport nowadays is more comfort, as you say. So how to encourage, right? Encourage the people or us to use this kind of mass public transport. Maybe we can. The government need to use their empower policy. So kind of like we have rules, we have policy, but we never get the like empowerment.
Yeah.
This kind of if we make some mistake or just
Yeah.
cutting down the
So it is like the enforcement. Yeah.
yes
exactly.
enforcement. So and also for the parking space. So such in my presentation I mentioned about the this incentive about the parking. So such the parking fee will be increased, and there will be no roadside parking.
Yeah.
So nowadays we can see like
Many.
if we see the road,
Yeah.
we will see the
Yeah.
parking everywhere, right?
Yeah.
That's for the future. It will be on the road, like on side road parking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much,
hope
Dr.
this answered.
Aam, for sharing your expertise in the ICSMS Day 1. So once again, big applause to Dr. Aam.
Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the recognition and appreciation from the organizing committee of ICSMS 2022, we would like to give token of appreciation to the keynote speaker, and we would like to invite Ibu Dr. Siti Maimuna, SSE, MSA, MA, Head of Education Division at Human Resource Development Center of Land Transportation Indonesia, to have the honor once again to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Aam Muharram. All right, can we give another round of applause for Dr. Aam Muharram? Thank you for supporting ICSMS 2022, and we do really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and to Dr. Aam, and also Ibu Siti Maimuna, you may return to your seat. Thank you so much.
Okay, Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So let us move on to the Global Research Ecosystem Introduction by Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih as the founder and chairperson of Research Synergy Foundation, as well as the co-conference chair of ICSMS 2022. But before Dr. Hendrati delivering the sessions, we would like to read her profile. Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih has shown great commitment on creating global network research ecosystem. So this GNR ecosystem has been developing since 2017 and up to the present, having increasing number of members up to more than 20,000 from all around the globe. So as a researcher, her work studies and research on the research field made her being invited as reviewer in many reputable Scopus and also WOS indexed journals, and also as keynote speaker in many international conferences in Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, Japan, and United States. She also has shown her great passion on writing her research study into some book chapter, papers, and contemporary scientific article that has already been published in Springer, Emerald, Taylor and Francis, and in many reputable international publishers.
And the terrific association between her professional experiences as researcher, lecturer, the certified trainer, and coach, combined with her wider horizon on networking in the research area, made her establish the strong commitment on having global learning platform to accelerate knowledge through many workshops and research coaching in Research Synergy Institute as one of Research Synergy Foundation support system. But before Dr. Hendrati gives her speech, let us see the video representing the global research ecosystem.
We believe that everyone should have equal access to learn, share their knowledge, and enhance their research capabilities. Enhancement, empowerment, creating impact and value are the most needed aspects that researchers and scholars encounters. Recently, upholding integrity in the scientific process has become one of the issues that we are aware of and need to be tackled. To tackle the problem arising in the research communities, we should collaborate among all stakeholders to accelerate the impact to our society. Thus, Research Synergy Foundation support and commit to all stakeholders by creating a global research ecosystem.
We are a digital social enterprise platform that focuses on developing a global research ecosystem. We build collaborative networks among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners globally for the realizations of knowledge accelerations and to contribute more to society and humanity. From 2017 to 2021, more than 20,000 scholars have participated in our programs from Asia, Australia, Africa, America, and Europe continents. With the average of the increasing number of members by more than 5,000 each year, we continuously strengthen the global research ecosystem by having 4 support systems that are ready to help members from across the world.
First, we have ScholarVein. It's a system that we developed for scholars to contribute more. Supported by an established IT system and professional team, one of the superior services we provide is the Integrated International Conference Management and Operating System. ScholarVein system has been conducting the international conferences platform both in person and virtual effectively and efficiently in terms of time, cost, and resource. From 2017 to 2021, the system has served over 8,448 scholars from 85 countries. ScholarVein coverage areas include but are not limited to the online submission system, pre, during, post of conference, scientific review system, global marketing system, and publication system. All in one scholar system for transparency and credibility in every scientific forum and activity.
ReviewerTrack is a home for thousands of researchers and reviewers from all around the globe,
with whom we partner to create a global network to assist in the assessment and feedback of your research.
Artificial intelligence powers our reviewer track, ensuring that the scientific process runs smoothly and reliably.
The main goal is to emphasize the importance of the ethical process of blind or double-blind peer review. Call for reviewers and collaboration with our university partners are just a few of the projects under Reviewer Track. We also provide reviewer workshops and training, annual reviewers recognition event, and many more. As a result, Reviewer Track represents our dedication to uphold scientific integrity.
Research Synergy Institute is committed to being your research learning partner by providing some learning programs such as online lecturing session, as expert forum, as editor forum, Global Research Ecosystem Network Group, RSF Research Academy, scientific and academic writing e-coaching clinic series toward publication in reputable indexed journal. Research Synergy Institutes provide the most needed research learning topics, cutting-edge research tools, and expert opinion from different backgrounds to put a global perspective for all researchers and scholars.
Research Synergy Press, we are providing and managing international journals for your institution toward global and reputable indexers.
The mission of Research Synergy Press is to deliver breakthrough professional journal management using strategic paper collaborations,
Increasing diversity and resulting in good quality of scientific research for all researchers, professional and academicians through a standardized scientific process.
We help you to manage international journals to global standards. You can even publish your scientific work in our journals, conference proceedings, and books. And now, Research Synergy Press publishes more than dozens of international journals, conference proceeding series, and single conference proceeding. Empowerment and encouragement are the two keywords that drive our social programs for leveraging the impact, such as Conference Grant, International Service Program, Paper Writing Collaboration, Connecting Research Parties or Stakeholder Gathering, the Annual Social Entrepreneurship Challenge, Shared Value Co-Creation Programs. We believe that every individual, organizations, and research community has the same opportunity to share the value of creating an impactful program together with us.
As a social enterprise, our aim is to provide a good research ecosystem and platform for researchers to share, discuss, and disseminate their ideas. In addition, it helps you to improve your research and contribute to the knowledge. Therefore, creating social impact and value is our priority. On the other hand, you can collaborate with us to our worldwide scholars and initiate betterments
for the academic,
Society, and humanity.
agent of change.
Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem is the perfect combination among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners. We embrace all of our members to lend in hand, take action for a better society, and grow together with the Research Synergy Foundation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih.
Thank you. Very good mornings. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoons or maybe good evening to all of the participants from all around the world, because I see that this conference has already participated by more than 328 participants from 16 countries. So this is really good achievement for all of us regarding with the diversity of these conferences. And then it is supported by 9 speakers from 5 countries. And then this is with the 7 affiliation of the organization from the governments, and then research centers, and also from the universities. And then for the session chair, it's already being supported by 2 countries and with the 4 affiliate universities. So thank you so much to all of the participants that already support on site and also offline, online and offline. And then for all our reviewers, our session chair, and also our speakers. And then right now, I would like to share regarding with the role, responsibility, and also the support from our foundations regarding with the enhancement of the knowledge, because we know that research is one of our KPI, and also research is also one of our way to make any impact to the society and humanity. Okay, so could you please to share? Okay, next please. Okay, so who we are, because this is one of our introduction regarding with our global network ecosystem. Since we have this forum, so it means that all of you already become one of our big family, and we welcome you as one of our big family, because we have already have more than 25,000 members from all around the world. And then we are focusing on digital social and focusing on how we can build the network and collaborative between among countries, among associations, or among individuals. And then, next please. And then this is our global ecosystem. Since 2017, because we are established in 2017, since in 5 years, we have this support system. We have this ecosystem. This 4 support system try to support all the global scholars. For example, the scholar veins, as like it is mentioned before in the video, and I'm so proud that the directors of Scholar Vein, Ms. Santi, is already here. Ms. Santi is the founder and also the directors of the Scholar Veins, and she already conducted more than 177 conferences. And before pandemic, it already being conducted in 15 countries, so not only in Indonesia. And then we are already served right now more than 5,000 papers that already submit in our system. And then because this system should have an integrity in scientific process, this is embedded with the scientific process, and we have the scientific system. It's called reviewer track. This reviewer track is one of the prominent part when you have the scientific forum, because the enhancement of the quality of your research is based on the review and also based on the quality of the perspective and etc. So we are supported by more than 2,000 right now, 2,000 reviewers from all around the world, and also accommodate more than 1,000 research field. Okay, so there are many of our reviewer also being one of our prominent person in our editorial of our journal and etc. And then in other hands, we are also having our stakeholder. We have affiliate journal. So there are two prominent things that should be there, should be in the scientific forum. The first one is a definite journals, an output of publication. The definite output of publication is the most important one. And the second one is scientific process. Okay, the first one, the definite one, because we know that editorial have requirements. Sometimes the quality or the capacity of author, they don't have enough adjustment. So that's why we try to minimize the gap by creating this platform, this Research Synergy Institute platform, because the main objective is how to minimize the gap between editorial requirement and also between the capacity, because we know that all of the authors, all of the researchers, they have a really good content and context of research, but sometimes they don't know how the requirement of the editorial, and then how they can increase the eligibility of their paper to be published in a reputable indexed journal. So this is one of our concern regarding how we try to help and support all of the early career researcher and also young scholar and etc. So we try to have this one. And since 2017, we have more than 89 learning sharing. There are workshops, coaching clinics, and etc. And it is already being participated by more than 15,000 participants from more than 600 affiliated from many countries, not only from Indonesia. And then in other hands, because we know that one of the definite journals is one of the most important in the scientific forum. So we try to create scientific journals. So we have more than 20 international journals that already being indexed in DOAG and also Copernicus. So step forward, we will submit. There are 4 journals, our international journals will be submitted in Scopus. So we hope that this year or next year it will be there are decisions from the indexer. Okay, next please. Okay. So this is the example of our infographics. When the people ask me why you can get more than 20,000 members from all around the world. Okay, next, just click. Okay, so every year we have more than 20 international conference. You can see that Scholar Veins have more than 27 conferences last year. This year we have 25 international conferences. And then it is in last year, it was participated by more than 5,000 members or participants. And then it come from 28 countries and etc. And then the second one, next please. Okay, the second one, because we have 4 support systems, all of our journals, because if you submit in our journal, it is free. So there is no APC, there is no article processing charge. So when you submit and then you accept it, so it is free. We are already support more than 1,000 of authors. So it means that there are, in last year, we have 6,000 members from Research Synergy Press and also Scholar Vein. And then in other hand, next please. Okay. Our learning platform, Research Synergy Institute, we are already having around 9 learning and sharing platform, and it is already participated by more than thousands. Okay, so it means that every year we have around 5,000 and 10,000 adding numbers of the members. So this is really good for all of you to give, this is a hub, so you can collaborate. You can create an extend collaboration to others regarding with your next agenda or for your research development. Okay, next please. Next please. Okay, this is the way how we try to upholding integrity. So this is one of our prominent part in all of the scientific process and forum. So this is the behind the scene of all of your paper. So your paper, when submit in our Scholar Vein, it will be, there are 2 screening for the plagiarism check and also the content review. So the most important one, there are feedbacks, there are comprehensive feedback. This is a good and important to all of you as the authors, because once you get the feedback, so it means you have an opportunity to enhance, to improve the quality, because based on the feedback from the language and from the plagiarism and the contents, so it means that you have opportunity to enhance that. Okay, next please. I will make it faster. Okay, so this is our journals, our own journals. Next please. Because we have hundreds of conference, so we have hundreds of conference proceeding, and some of them is already indexed in Scopus. Okay, next please. And this is our proceeding series. It will be submitted into Scopus in next 2 years, because in administrative there are some requirements from Scopus. Okay, next please. This is our 5 support system. Our 5 support system that already being affiliated with one of the most reputable publisher in the world, Taylor and Francis. So they are, they appoint us to become a part of their gateway in F1000 research, and it is already indexed in Scopus Q1. I have a really good news from this one, after this one. Next, please. And this platform, because this is an open science platform, and RSF, Research Synergy Foundation, support open research movement, because we know that everyone can access all the research freely, and then everyone can learn a lot from our research freely. So this is one of our support regarding with the open science research. And then next, please. And Alhamdulillah, the founders of Research Synergy Foundation, me, myself, my Santi, and also Miss Ani, that right now Miss Ani responsible for the online session in Bandung. So we try to advise all of you as the advisory gateway of this gateway. So if you would like to publish here, we will give you kind of tips, strategy, and etc. So we have like a regular coaching for this. And then we try to minimize gap between editorial requirements and also your capacity as the authors. Next, please. This is the process. Next. This is the process of the open science research. There are open data, there are open review, and etc. Next, please. And right now, we have more than 180 articles that are already published. Yeah, this is Scopus Q1s. And then next, please. And this is one of why we are here. I mean, like the global impact, the value that we create. We try to accelerate the knowledge. We try to empower people. And this is one of achievement of Research Synergy Institute through our coaching. And 3 of them has already been professors, because they are already published in F1000 research. It means it's already published in Scopus Q1s. So this is one, I try to motivate all of you that being published in Scopus Q1 is not really difficult one, as long as we know how to. Okay. So they will come to Bandung in 6th December, actually. So after I have conference in 5th December, so in 6th they will come to Bandung because of they try to having like kind of workshop with us. Okay, next please. And this is the most important one, as I mentioned before. The gap, the huge gap between editorial requirement and also your capacity is one of the most important things. How to make it disappear that gap. So your eligibility to be published, it will be higher. Okay, next please. And this is our coaching programs. It will be held in 1st December, and it already closed. And next please. Next please. Next please. Yeah. Okay, the output of publication, we have two evaluations. For the Scopus one, we have an open science platform. It's called F1000 Research. It is belongs to Taylor and Francis. And the second one is Cogent Journal. This is open access journals. So there's any difference, open access and open science. Yeah, I will give the differences in the mini workshop in the end of these days. And then the mentors. We have the mentors, we have talents here. They are graduated from NUS, Oxford, ITB, and etc. From Tokyo University and etc. So you can meet them when you are involved in our coaching. Okay, next please. This is our affiliate journal from Taylor and Francis. So it means that as an official affiliation, so this conference also having equal opportunity to be published here. In F1000 Research, Scopus Q1, and also in here. All of you, the participant of this conference. And then the second one, next please. Yeah, so this is the partners of F1000 Research. So this is one of our achievements, that one of Indonesian organization being a part of it. You can see that all these reputable organizations is really good organizations. So we are being a part of it is one of our achievement. As one of the organization from Indonesia, from a tiny, tiny country regarding with the quality of research, but a big population of country, but for the tiny in quality and quantity. And the second one is this is one of our objective. By having all these evaluations, so it means that we give opportunity to all of you to enhance your research and then to be eligible to be published. And we are here to help and support regarding with how to be published in the proper way, in the to the proper journals like that. Okay, next please. This is the last. Sorry for extended time. So this is our global partners. Actually, it more to come. It is not updated yet. So our partner is come from all around the world, hundreds of university. And then next, please. Not only from Indonesia, only 30% from Indonesia. So this is one of the quotes that I really like it regarding with how to enhance the quality of research and make your university feasible, and then being a part of in one of the requirements regarding with the World University Rank and etc. So thank you so much for your attention. I'm sorry for extended the times, and have a good day. Have a great conference today. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih, for the encouragement and the introduction of global research ecosystem that can give more benefit to the ICSMS participants. Thank you so much once again.
Excellency, distinguished guest delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us move on to the panel session of the invited speaker, session 1. So in the first session, we will have 4 invited speakers. Yeah? We do encourage, once again, to all participants to pay attention and prepare the questions, because the Q&A and also the discussion session will be given later on once all the 4 speakers have finished delivering their speech. So the discussion will be put at the end after all the 4 invited speakers delivering the speech.
And the first invited speaker is Dr. Gede Pasek Swardika, MSc, QGIA, CGCAE, Head of Transportation Policy Agency, MOT, Indonesia, represented by Dr. Eni Yuliawati, SAMT, acting as the Head of Transport Policy for Safety and Security. And before Dr. Eni Yuliawati delivering the speech, allow us to read his profile first. Dr. Eni Yuliawati has completed a doctoral sandwich study in Civil Engineering Transportation Study Program, Faculty of Engineering, University of Indonesia, and IFSTAR, France in 2016. She is also active in the scientific area as a reviewer in several national and international journals in transportation. Author in a book entitled Aviation and Its Management: Global Challenges and Opportunities, which has been published by the publisher ISI Thomson Reuters, London, UK, and publishing scientific papers in Scopus Indexed International Journals and Sinta 2 accredited national journal. She will be delivering a topic about Indonesia's transportation policy in the digital era on behalf of Dr. Gede Pasek Swardika. So on this occasion, please welcome Ibu Dr. Eni Yuliawati.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning to all distinguished guests. His Excellency Minister of Transportation Indonesia, Dr. Insinyur Budi Karya Sumadi, Your Excellency, Head of Human Resource Development Agency on Transportation, Dr. Insinyur Joko Sasono, and Director of Your Excellency, Head of Research Center for Transportation Technology, Dr. Aam Muharam, Your Excellency, Director of Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety, Imade Swardika ATD MSc, Your Excellency, Dr. Siti Maimunah, my colleagues, I feel deja vu because we are in research and development. We have conducted IC3. And all distinguished speakers and conference guests. On behalf of the Transport Policy Agency, we would like to apologize that our head, Bapak Gede Pasek Suardike, couldn't attend this event, as he got an assignment from the minister to represent him National Energy Council meeting. Distinguished guests, first of all, I would like to thank and appreciate the Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety for conducting the first international conference on sustainable mobility and safety, or ICSMS. Thank you very much for inviting us, and today I would like to share about Indonesian transport policy in digital era. Next slide. Looking forward, the global megatrend in 2045, we will face some challenges, including global urbanization, climate change, technology, economic, and many more, which are closely related to the change in transportation sector. Due to this circumstance, we already know that Indonesia will receive a demography bonus of as much as 70% in 2045. Whereas Indonesia populations will be full of productive age between 14 to 4 years old. If we can tackle these challenges, it will be impossible to have a golden generation in 2045. Next. However, if we look deeper into the transportation problem, we will face some major challenges. First, about efficiency, effectiveness, safety, and sustainability, which become the main theme of this conference. Inefficiency, Indonesia is known as our logistic cost. It is still high. The dwelling time for loading and unloading container is still high. In addition, our urban mass public transportation is still limited and have a problem in connectivity and integration issue in some places. In effectiveness, there are some problems, including the availability of route infrastructure in the eastern regions is lower than western region, which means there is a disparity for the infrastructure utilities in certain area. In sustainability, that also correlated the environmental issue. We face the number of private vehicles increasing rapidly, which exacerbated the greenhouse gas emission from transport sector. In safety, we still have high rate of transport crashes, overdimension and overloading problem, and also driving behavior without awareness and mostly distracted driving. The high rate of transport crashes still occur in every transport. In the road sector, the fatality rate is 27,000 per year. It is equivalent to 3 till 4 people dying per hour. With the highest proportion of transport mode is motorcycle, like Dr. Aam Muharram before mentioned about the motorcycle is the most proportion in transport. And with the highest proportion of transport and followed by pedestrian, about 14.34%. In the railway sector, 60% of crashes at level crossing are train crashes hit by people. In the maritime sector, the ratio of crashes decreased in 2017, but increased in 2018 to 2031. In the aviation sector, the eastern region is the location with the most frequent plane crashes in Indonesia, like in Papua region. Among those problems, how do we overcome the problem? Digitalization in transport will be answered. Digital transport has the potential to revolutionize the way we move, making our mobility smarter, more efficient, effective, safe, and also sustainable. Change has already arrived in transport. The current wave of digital innovation has brought us travel planning on our smartphone and far greater access to customer information. This change will form 5 disruptive trends for transport and smart mobility services. First, about user-centered. The digital age has brought smartphone, giving access to more travel options and real-time status. And the second, integrated and intelligent. Interconnection of technology and data can respond in real time to travel demand and avoid disruption of passengers. And the third, pricing and payment. Digitization of payment will enable new ways to charge travelers based on combination of their journey and other factors. And the fourth, about automation and safety. Human error is the single greatest cause of injury and death in transport system. Advances in technology have been applied to increase safety. And the last, about public and private innovation. Public and private collaboration is needed to build integrated transport network to prepare for the growth of world urban area. Transport in digital age will be autonomous, intelligent, and suited to user needs. The influence of digital exchanges, the experience of consumer in all industry, and setting expectation that will save demand for transport service. Furthermore, why do we need digital to accelerate the transportation system? According to the data, Indonesia has more than 75% internet user, which increases by more than 50% since 2018. It is a high demand and potential to adopt digital technology in transport sector. The pyramid show how Badan Kebijakan Transportasi on Transport Policy Agency formulated next slide. Formulated the transport policy in Indonesia. Our policy formulation is based on 3 main focus of Ministry of Transportation, which are connectivity and accessibility, transport safety and security, and transport services. These focus are strengthened by covering the 4 main aspects, including information, technology, digitalization. Here it is the implementation of digital transport in Indonesia, which we divided into the road sector, railway sector, maritime sector. The intelligent transport system has become the main core of road transport digitalization. It included advanced traffic signal control system, integrated traffic management center, and electronic toll collection system. Specifically in the bus system, there is some digitalization that has been implemented, and most of it has been used of Transjakarta. The digitalization include BRT, or Bus Rapid Transit, and Bus Information Management System, and automatic fare collection, and smart card. Digital transport in the railway sector is smart railway system to people and services oriented. PT KAI has carried out a number of digital transformation for service improvement and development supporting business. One of the digital innovation is the payment system using KAI Pay. In the maritime sector, Indonesia is in the process to implement e-navigation by introducing vehicle traffic system as a system designed to achieve the highest level of safety at sea. VTS play a very important role in maintaining the safety of navigation and efficiency, as well as environmental protection in traffic separation scheme. In the efficient sector, the transformation of airport management into smart airport has been the top priority for transforming the airport industry. In addition, we also manage some online permission in all transport sector, covering the road sector, railway sector, maritime sector, and aviation sector. The online application aims to improve services and become a driving factor to realize an efficient, effective, transparent, and accountable transport operation. Next. This slide shows a good example of case study of Jaklingko that has implemented account-based ticketing, which allows the implementation of flexible and integrated tariff model. This Jaklingko new integrated tariff and will save up to 15% cost. The governor concerning the amount of mass public transport tariff regulated the tariff, making the cost cheaper and easier for transportation user, will encourage user to shift from private vehicle to public transport. In Indonesia, we have been implementing digitalization in our transportation system, but however, it needs some evaluation, and we are still facing some challenges, as shown here. Digitalization is not only about creating new apps, but how we can make our transport system become more efficient and effective through the technology, and also ensure it is safe and run in sustainable way. Many apps have been launched, but somehow it leads to budget wars. So we need to merge the app in order to make them more efficient and effective. Moreover, fostering the implementation of digital transport need multi-stakeholder involvement under Pentahelix collaboration. Collaborative governance through Pentahelix collaboration has become an option to accelerate and maximize digital transport in Indonesia. Who is the actor? The actor is the first, the academic acts as a source of knowledge. And the second, the private sector. And the third, the community acts as an accelerator. And the fourth, the government acts as a regulator as well as controller that has regulation and responsibility for planning, implementation, monitoring, control, promotion, financial allocation, licensing, public innovation policy, support for innovation network, and public-private partnership. And the last, the media acts as an expander, play role in supporting publication and carrying out socialization function the community. And to conclude, it is not about digital technology, but also about our digital mind and culture to face digital transportation. It doesn't mean when the technology exists and it's used, everything is solved. It is about how we can adapt and adapt the technology to make our problem today addressed well through digital transportation. As a conclusion, technology is must. By implementing technology as part of transport, digitalization transport performs improve. And last but not least, it is important to improve the digital mind and culture to be ready in fostering the implementation of digital transportation. Distinguished guests, thank you very much for your attention. These are something that I can convey on this good change. I hope this conference can bring new idea to improve sustainable mobility and safety through digitalization in transport. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Dr. Eni Yuliawati, for the great speech and interesting topic to discuss later on. Now allow us to continue to the next invited speaker's speech.
Next invited speaker is Dr. Umar Aris, SHMM-MH, Head of Greater Jakarta Authority Indonesia, that will represented by Bapak Insinyur Zamrides, MSI, as the Director of Infrastructure at the Greater Jakarta Authority. So before Bapak Zamrides delivering his speech, allow us to read the profile first.
Thank you.
Okay, Bapak Zamrides. Halo Pak.
Yes.
Okay
Hello.
Pak. Yes, Pak. Izin, allow us to introduce your profile first. We will read your profile first.
Thank you.
Okay. So Bapak Insinyur Zamrides, MSI, are appointed as Deputy Director BPTJ. He is in charge in coordination and synchronization of ministries, agencies, and local governments' plan and initiatives in the area of land transportation infrastructure, railroads, and integrations. So Insinyur Zamrides, MSI, hold degrees in civil engineering from Andalas University and development economics from Gajah Mada University. And he will deliver the topic about transit-oriented development, or TOD, and urban transportation integration in the digital era. So on behalf of Dr. Umar Aris, now we would like to invite Bapak Insinyur Zamrides, MSI, that already joined with us in a Zoom. Now the time is yours, Pak Zamrides. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guys, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all the moment and the opportunity that have been given. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In this wonderful occasion, I would like to present about smart transit-oriented development, TOD, and urban transportation integration in digital era. Smart TOD doesn't only talk about the development of transportation-based area with increased technology system, but also the development, sustainable transportation, smart city, and smart mobility. Talking about the development of integrated sustainable public transportation is closely related to economic, social, and environmental aspect where public transport service are the backbone of the movement of the majority of the population. Sustainable public transportation contribute to lower transportation costs and reduce pollution. To achieve this target, transit-oriented development (TOD) is one of the answers that will increase the capital share of public to become dominant in urban area. The TOD concept is in Indonesia has been supported by several regulations, such as Presidential Decree number 55/2018 regarding RITJ, and then Permen ATR number 16 of 2017 regarding guideline of transit-oriented area. Through TOD development, an area has an integrated transit node, minimal use of motorized vehicle, and consists of mixed area that have moderate to high spatial utilization intercity. Besides TOD, we also know the management of a city that carries smart city, smart mobility, with the spirit of sustainable smart city is a place where in infrastructure service network are developed with help of technology sophistication to meet the need of society and business. So, in other words, we can know the condition of the city with just one hand. The smart city concept must meet the parameter of smart energy, smart mobility, smart building, and smart technology, and smart infrastructure, smart healthcare, and smart government and smart citizen. One of the important smart city of parameter in smart mobility, where this smart mobility will produce less mobility output, move freely, and lower travel time. An example of the implementation of smart mobility is in the ATGS, Area Traffic Control System, which is able to monitor all transportation and vehicle mobility and even traffic light. Smart TOD is closely related to smart city and smart mobility, where a smart TOD must carry this principle of smart city and smart mobility. A TOD can decide the smart if it is able to meet the following indicators: not only good urban design, but only supportive government condition and good quality public transportation. Urban design condition priorities, architecture beauty, public area, friendly pedestrian paths, government condition, condition of transport service, both with land use planners and with transport planners. Proactive town planning, such as creative financing, land use formulation. Quality of public transport, intermodal connection, modal transfer facility, integrated rates, so headway, punctuality, easy accessibility. And then last but not least, the most important thing is collaboration. to create smart TOD and transportation required design collaboration, construction collaboration, operational collaboration, and financing collaboration. Smart TOD can be used as developed reference not only Jabodetabek, but also as concept reference for TOD development throughout Indonesia. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Bapak Zamrides, for delivering the speech.
All right, next for the invited speaker in the first panel session is Technologist Zulhaidi Muhammad Jawi, Director of Vehicle Safety and Biomechanics Research Center at Malaysian Institute of Road Safety Research, or MIROS, Malaysia. And before Technologist Zulhaidi delivering his speech, allow us to read his profile first. Mr. Zulhaidi Muhammad Jawi started his career at MIROS in February 27. Upon his graduation from Case Western Reserve University, or CWRU, Cleveland, Ohio, United States of America, majoring in Systems and Control Engineering. He is currently pursuing his PhD program at University Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia, or UPNM. As one of the pioneers at MIROS, he has the privilege to involve in many road safety projects and activities, as well as the fundamental research work. And now he is part of the team for the development of NCAP for Malaysia, which later became ASEAN NCAP. He also involved in the inception of MIROS real-world crash investigation team with more than 50 cases attended and involved in 5 national inquiry cases. He also contributes to road safety advocacy programs through road safety talks, training, and exhibition throughout the country and the Southeast Asian region. He will deliver a topic about a new era of black box for vehicles. Now we would like to invite Technologist Zulhaidi Muhammad Jawi in our Zoom platform. The time is yours, sir.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Sir
Waalaikumsalam.
Zulhaidi, how are you?
Good, Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining our conference, and the time is yours.
Okay, please.
And the slides will be from there or from myself?
From your side, Ken.
All right.
Is it okay with you? All right.
Hold on, I can make it full screen. Okay, is it full screen now?
Yes. Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you, the MCs, Bapak Ibu, honorable guests, all participants of ICSMS. I'm Zulhaidi once again, the Director of Vehicle Safety and Biomechanics. I will deliver a short presentation on the new era of black box for vehicles. As you know, black box is the terminology or jargon used in the transport industry, mainly from the aviation. So we know that black box function, after any mishap, so it can give us data, and then we can know what happened during the prior to the incident. So in this meaning of black box for car is the same as for the aircraft. So we know that passenger cars today equipped with more electronic systems and devices, I think from 2 decades back, and we have more in this recent days. And when we have so much of these electronic systems, we are prone to attack. Some we call it cybersecurity issues when we are connected to the internet. And also we have data related crime and that because people will be targeting you or before any incident for whatever reason, and also after any crash because they want the data from your vehicle. and a lot of data produced. We can say that some can be retrieved, and we can use this for vehicle forensics, insurance purposes, enforcement, and also do some research. And this is the the picture of how many systems that we have. Even the smartphone that we bring into the cars and connected to the internet can be the source of data, and we produce data, and also we connect to the internet from the phone, especially for navigation. On the right side, we can see that there's something called EDR, or the Event Data Recorder. Basically, the Event Data Recorder also applied for any recording devices inside the vehicle, including the dash cam. But at this point, we separate the EDR as that particular device and dash cam as dash cam for easy understanding at this level. So in terms of dash cam, or I would say the current black box that people bring it to the car or they install in the aftermarket situation, we can say that the dash cam market growth by region, it is very popular in Asia, basically, less popular in South America and also Africa, including Middle East, and not so popular in the Western countries, including Australia. I'm not sure the condition in Indonesia. Maybe I will study about that after this. We can see also, even though Europe, we can call it have medium volume of dash cam market, but it is still increasing. We have so many models, mostly produced by in China, like 70mi, very popular here in Malaysia, DD-Pi, and also we have like high-end such as Thinkware and also Garmin. But in conclusion, we have a more affordable dash cam price and also that affordable dash cam come with higher quality videos. What happened to legal implication? We can see on the right, we can divide it into 4, which is no legal provision. It is legal with conditions, and also prohibited. So some countries not allow the use of dash cam, such as Portugal, Luxembourg, and Austria. And for Malaysia, we have no yet specific law regulating the use of dash cams inside the car. So it is in between yes and no, maybe. The social implication that coming from the use of dash cam would be regarding motive and privacy. This is maybe the main reasons why it is prohibited in some countries. And also we're going to have problems, or we call it in bahasa dia, membuka aib orang lain, which is uncontrolled sharing, that will be impacting psychological and also legal impact on various point of view, such as clear condition of the accident victim, when you share it publicly, so that will have impact on the emotions of relative and acquaintance. And also we have some bad guys will doctor videos, and because they want to create content and inviting inappropriate comments on social media, which is defamation. And some will also inspire others to do bad things on the road, such as showing off or boasting about inappropriate behavior, and such as going to the top speed of any car, and also broadcasting their illegal racing. But we, as Malaysian users or car owners, in our preliminary consumerism survey, when we asked them whether they agreed for mandating the dash cam as a law, this is quite high, which is surprises as a researcher, which is 80% agreed. And also about the same number agree if it is used in the insurance as a factor in deciding the premium. And also, this is interesting because in our social point of view, using the dashcam will be like a protecting any user. So they don't care about the privacy issue, which is almost 90% say it is not about privacy issue. So when we have these black box things, we as a research institute under the Ministry of Transport, we do early preparation towards this, and also we would like to have certain control mechanism before we have the law and so on. So this is 3.1 is about EDR, analysis in crash reconstruction, which is the real world crash, the real crash that we investigated like 2 or 3 per month normally. And what data that we can retrieve from EDR, as you can see on the left, like longitudinal and lateral maximum changes in velocity, lateral acceleration, vehicle speed, engine RPM, application of throttle, application of brake, the steering input angle, seatbelt status, and also airbag status. So during the investigation stage, we can do on the right 2 type of download, which is the on the bench when you cannot do it directly from the car, or you can use the in-vehicle method, which is you just plug into the right channel to download the data. So this is how the data will look like. Probably less than 5 seconds, under 5 seconds prior to the impact. So you can see all this in numbers and also status, such as the shift position of gear, like drive, and then whether you apply the brake or not. You can see the figure, and whether your foot will be on the accelerator or the brake. So this is we have few cases already in our bank. So this is one of the example I would like to share with you about driver's braking reaction. So the conclusion that we can make from this few data is most of the drivers in the fatal crashes, about 36%, had applied the brake only 1 second before impact. So we presume that this is the moment when they realize that the crash is already imminent. So as a part of control mechanism, we just introduced CAMScore, which is the rating system for dashcam. This is similar to other rating program that Myros had done. I believe some of you know that we are the organizer and also the implementer of ASEAN NCAP for the region of ASEAN, including Indonesian cars. And we just introduced MyMap for motorcycle. Also, we assess new motorcycle, and we appreciate those motorcycles with ABS in the middle powered according to CC to the motorcycle. And we also rate bus services and also Sekolah Institut Memandu, which is a driving institute in Malaysia, in terms of their services atau pelayanan. So we just released this CAMScore earlier this month. So it's become a hot topic for around 2 weeks. So we, even though we cannot do 100%, but we have around 40 dashcam that we established the ranking according to the specification, because the next stage will be do some tests on video quality and also ruggedness of the device. So for this program, we collaborate with Cybersecurity Malaysia, which is another agency doing cybersecurity expertise. And we hope that we can shape the market. So we will not allow low-end products and or the traders will cheat the users because most of them are buying this dashcam through online shopping. As a research institute, this is a good news also for us because we can, make our research approach simpler and easier. But of course, we have to do it with great responsibilities because of people sharing too many things on the social media willingly. So we can take them and do a proper methodology to analyze those, especially videos. So we can study the road crash near miss incident, which is we cannot get it easily through surveys and questionnaire. And we can also do content analysis study. This is one of the example of our study so far, using a couple of videos that we download, and we can know road and environment factor and also human factor, prior to the crash, and what are the situation being recorded that we can see it. This is one of the paper we already published. Maybe you can download it on the internet. It is free of charge. We do some analysis and some notes regarding this dashboard camera videos shared on the social media. And for the future program and target, we already established this study group called Modern Vehicle Expert Consortium. This is between MIROS and Cybersecurity as the Secretariat. So this is our platform for brainstorming and research. The next stage of our movement, we will go to tracking technology. And in this part, we not only about the device, but we're going to rate or investigate the back end of the tracking technology or the tracking provider. The next thing that we can do, because we assume or we expect that the next dash cam will be another smartphone inside the car, which is it can have a SIM card and connected to the telco company. So it will be opportunity for e-call that we can do in the aftermarket situation. So we're going to study e-call technology also, which is now only available in high-end cars. And part of the responsibility under the government of Malaysia, MIROS, Cybersecurity, and other agencies, we will do more training and conferences on modern vehicle subjects. I think that's all I have, Bapak Ibu. Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Technologist Zulhaidi Muhammad Jawi, for the comprehensive and in-depth explanation about the topic about new era of black box for vehicles. And now I think we're gonna invite the last speaker for our first panel discussion.
Exactly. Okay, and the last invited speaker is Dr. Ali Bawono from the Technical University of Munich, TUM Asia, Singapore. So before Dr. Ali delivering his speech, allow me to read his profile first. Dr. Ali Bawono is a senior research fellow or lecturer and a faculty member of rail, transport, and logistics at the Technical University of Munich, or TUM, based in Asia, Singapore campus. He has more than 12 years of experience in industry and academia with strong exposure in civil engineering, urban and transport system design and planning, sustainable and resilient infrastructure, and renewable energy. He is the author of a book titled Engineering, Cementitious Composites for Electrified Roadways in Megacities. He holds patents and technology disclosure, and he published numerous journal papers and actively gave talks at the conference and seminars. And he was also awarded by the Springer for outstanding research. And he will deliver the topic about planning sustainable electromobility. So on this occasion, we would like to invite Dr. Ali Bawono that already joined in the Zoom. Now the time is yours, Dr. Ali.
All right, now we are waiting. Okay, for Dr. Ali.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Ali, can you hear us?
Hello, Dr. Ali.
Can you hear us?
We cannot hear your voice. Could you please unmute yourself first or check your audio?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
We can
please.
now. The moment is yours, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Let me share my screen first. Okay, can you all see my screen? Hello, can you all see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes, we can
Okay,
see your
good.
screen. Okay.
It's all
Yeah,
good.
okay. Okay, thanks for the time. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to the Minister of Transportation Indonesia, and greetings to the Head of Research Center for Transportation Indonesia, and greeting to all committees and research synergy and all of the participants. I am pleased to be here with all of you today to present topic of planning sustainable electromobility, and here I'm using a study case of Singapore. So in the next 20 minutes, we would discuss the electromobility, including the roadmap, strategy, bottleneck, and research and development done in Singapore. So yeah, okay. So just a little bit story about my background. So I did started my educations back in Bandung. Then I pursued my master degree in at the transportation system back at the Technical University of Munich in Germany. And then I did join PhD in both university, Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, as well as the TUM Germany. And then about my professional background, I did started my career as a chief engineer at PT Jaya Konstruksi MP Tbk in Jakarta. And then I was working as a data analysis in Expertise GmbH in Germany. And then I also joined as a senior civil engineer at the Ministry of Public Works. And then for the last 5 to 7 years, I spent my time in Singapore conducting research and also lecturer both in the TUM CREAT as well as TUM Asia. And then here are selected publication, and then as been mentioned, I'm also authoring a book titled Engineer Cementis Composite for Electrified Roadway in Megacities, especially for Singapore case. So before we start, first of all, let's have a look at the definition of electromobility. So what is the definition actually? There are many definitions shared by many institutes, but the most general one is this one. Electromobility is defined as a road transport system based on vehicles that are propelled by electricity. Another definition can be considered as road vehicles which are equipped with technologies that make them capable of producing their own electricity, for example, hybrid. But others can also utilize energy supplied by a source of electricity outside the vehicle, usually the electric grid, or we call it electrified roadway. There are some benefits from electromobility, including it may improve the flexibility and also the robustness of the transport sector in that electrified vehicles that can utilize different types of energy sources. And then second, electromobility can reduce CO2 emissions, especially if electricity is produced by using renewable sources. So before we begin the sharing about study case in Singapore, I think it's best for all of you to know what is the situation in Singapore, especially when we are talking about fleets or mode of vehicles. So the overall vehicle population in Singapore consists of different fleets, as you can see from this chart. There are cars, goods vehicles, motorcycles, taxi, private buses, and public buses. Each mode or each fleet has its own characteristic in terms of vehicle population, mobility patterns, mileage, and impact to the environment. Cars with a fleet size of more than 600 km make up for 65% of Singapore overall fleets and therefore produce the highest total amount of CO2 emissions. However, in terms of annual CO2 emission per vehicle, public buses rank highest with around 100 kiloton per vehicle per year, while taxi it's only account for 3% of the overall vehicle population, but clock the highest mileage with around more than 120,000 kilometers per vehicle per year. So even though Singapore, as you might already know, has successfully limiting their fleets, but a proper policy framework, strategy, discipline in implementing plans and programs in electromobility are required. So we are going to discuss some of them. So here are the most common way how to structure from the framework to the management. So there is first of all, there is a status of a policy of framework, and then it's derived into strategy to reach policy objective, and then there is that is derived into implementation, including plans and programs, and then last but not least, it is best to have a proper management and enforcement. So as I mentioned, Singapore have also regulated their framework and policies. So for example, under the Singapore Green Plan 2030, there are some key pillars, including the city in nature, sustainable living, energy reset, green economy, resilient future, and green environment. And then as you can see here, electromobility is one of the key points in energy reset. So here, as you can see, so there are 3 bullet points. The first one is the new diesel car and taxi registration to cease from 2025, and then further revised road tax structure, and then they have a very ambitious target of 60,000 electric vehicle charging points by 2030 with 8 EV ready towns by 2025. In order to derive their framework, they also have plan strategies, and then many authorities inside Singapore, they also have a strategic plan. So here you will see 3 big strategies. The first one is a land transport master plan, and then secondly is a sustainable Singapore blueprint, and then last but not least is smart mobility 2030. The LTMP states that Singapore is quest for a high quality and sustainable living environment, requires stricter standards on vehicle emission and promoting greener alternative to reduce air pollution from vehicles. And then here it derived from the strategies, as for example, the Land Transport Authority of Singapore, they are aiming to reduce the transport emissions by 80%. The electrification of vehicles, of course, alongside with walking and cycling and taking public transport are also a key initiative that will help Singapore to achieve the target. And then for your information, in Singapore, where most of power is generated from natural gas, it can be also more sustainable by switching from ICE or internal combustion engine vehicles to electric vehicles, because an EV emits half the amount of CO2 as compared to a similar vehicle powered by ICE vehicles. So based on the analysis, if all light vehicles run on electricity, Singapore would reduce carbon emission by 1.5 to 2 million tons, or about 5% of total national emissions. So how Singapore are going to lead their strategy? So here, the first one, they are targeting by 2025. They are having a target to commit to a greening public transport. So Singapore have started by deploying 60 electric buses and will replace 400 diesel buses with electric buses by 2025. With this 60 electric buses, the CO2 tailpipe emission from buses will decrease by approximately around 8,000 tons annually. So this is equal to annual CO2 emission of 1,700 passenger cars. And then secondly, every SDB town, SDB is like a residential place for people built by the government. And then they plan also to be a EV-ready town with approximately 22,000 car parks to be equipped by charging points by 2025. And then in 2030, they have also a very ambitious target, because they believe that as EV technology matters, Singapore expects that the upfront cost of buying an EV and IC vehicles to be similar by mid-2020s. So they have a target to have accessibility of charging infrastructure, to set a target of 60,000 EV charging points by 2030. This will include with the private sector to achieve 40,000 charging points and then 20,000 charging points in private premises. And then LTA will also electrify half of the bus fleet by 2030 and then achieve 100 cleaner energy bus by 2040. And then based on these plans, they are aiming to reduce the peak land transport emission by 80%. However, there was a big debate also in Singapore. I think it's happening all over the world. When it comes to the market development, there is a major question local government are dealing is what many describe as the chicken egg dilemma. whether they have to build the charging infrastructure or they have to build the electric vehicle first. Of course, if we are having the logic, for example, if we develop the charging stations, it will provide a necessary signal to the market that infrastructure is there to support EV drivers. Because as drivers start to see more charging stations, they will become more comfortable with the idea of driving EVs and will become more likely to purchase them. And then if we follow this scenario, of course, the result will electric vehicle market is stimulated. However, on the other hand, if we are following a logic, for example, private sector is interested in building up charging infrastructure, if this degree of usage is serious, then it will become more financially viable for the market. And then once enough electric vehicles are on the road, opportunities for business development in the charging infrastructure sector will emerge. So if we follow this logic, of course, the electric vehicles has to be on the road first. And then based on the analysis, it suggests that the best way for the policymaker to facilitate the growth of the overall market is to grow EV purchases and also allow the private sector to provide charging infrastructure. That's why if you come to Singapore nowadays, a lot of industry already making a big investment in charging infrastructure. And then rather than directly finance charging infrastructure, government should also facilitate EV market growth to supporting policy levers and set a regulatory framework conducive for private investment in charging infrastructure. This also actually following the same trend currently occur in worldwide. So for example, in the United States, Tesla is investing a lot in charging stations around the world. And also recently BMW and Volkswagen also, they want to invest in charging stations in the US and also in Europe. So Singapore is following the same policies. And then, of course, there are many studies developed by Singapore, also done by the research institutes done in Singapore. They are trying to identify what is the policy level needed in order to tackle the barriers that might be happen in order to EV development and also the barriers to the charging infrastructure. Because the lack of clarity on policy regarding the investment and subsidy for government can be a barrier to investment in charging infrastructure by private investor. And it was recommended that Singapore release policies in this regard as early as possible. For example, it was identified that several policies are needed, including the preparation of technical standards, zoning and building codes, preparation for the real estate for charging infrastructure, as well as to have a tax credit, subsidies, and smart financing to smoothen the EV development and also the charging infrastructure. And then secondly, there are some policies that are needed to grow the EV purchases. These are some measurements in the EV purchases, including the streamlining the EV registration and then the homologation process and then implementation for free parking, waiving ERP or electronic rate parking, and then charges for EV, and then including waivers on registration taxes on EVs. And then last but not least, there was identified a needs on R&D, research and development, and promotions, including R&D and then demonstration of applied research and then advocacy by public figures and campaigns. This is also the reason why nowadays there are many research institutes like A*STAR and then also universities like NTU, TUM in Singapore, NUS, SUTD. They are doing a lot of research in EV and as well as the charging infrastructure. These policies and measurement will help to address lack of information, demand, and technology uncertainty. So based on the policies and strategies, nowadays LTA, they are trying to encourage EV adoption in Singapore by focusing on 4 areas. The first one is vehicle taxes and incentive. The second one is regulation and standards. The third one is EV charging deployment. And then the fourth one is industry partnerships. So let's have a look one by one. So the first one, vehicles taxes and incentives. In view of the improvement in vehicular efficiency, LTA or the Land Transport Authority, this is like the Ministry of Transportation in Indonesia, they are implementing a downward revision in road tax for electric cars since 2021. LTA aiming to make it more attractive to own and use electric cars through incentive and rebates such as the EV early adoption incentive and vehicular emission schemes to narrow the upfront cost gap with ICE or internal combustion engines vehicles. This incentive will lower the upfront cost of owning electric car by up to 45,000. Setara dengan 500 juta rupiah Indonesia rupiah. Second is to set technical standard and safety precautions. This is regulated by the Energy Market Authority in Singapore. So for example, because this is very important because the decision on one standard for charging infrastructure in Singapore is crucial to ensure a long-term large-scale development of EVs. And the third is to deploy EV chargers. This is done by preparing public car parks. So for example, every SDB town, as mentioned, will be EV ready by 2025. Close to 2,000 of the HDB cars to be fitted with charging points. And then they're also deploying EV chargers in private premises and also in new developments. The new developments including the SDB or House Development Board, residential area, and then commercial buildings and also private residences such as condominiums. And then the last program is to embrace industry partnership. Today, as you might know, Singapore is a home to an ecosystem of mobility companies from automotive OEMs such as Hyundai, mobility service providers such as Grab and Motional and Electronics, and then there is Infineon, Dura Power, then Continental, Denso, and then local companies including TES and SMA. They are also undertake research in lithium-ion battery recycling in Singapore, ensuring that valuable materials are recovered. And then, as I mentioned, Singapore also embracing the research institute and also universities like NTU, NUS, STAR, TUMCreate, SUTD, to develop a new kind of development in the vehicle itself, in the battery and the charging infrastructure. And then here are some examples of the vehicle currently available and also the planned electric vehicle concept in the future in Singapore. But as you might already know, currently the price of electric vehicle is still expensive, but they are planning to have a big research, including solving the problem in battery technologies. Because they believe the reduction in the price will make EVs more competitive as compared to the ICE vehicles. Currently, expert estimates the battery prices ranges between $300 to 600 per kilowatt hour. And then while the refueling process of conventional combustion is fast and convenient today, charging of electric vehicle remains challenging in locating a charging station and duration of charging required. That's why Singapore also currently developing and also conducting research in a plug-in slow charging, plug-in fast charging, inductive charging, including electrified roadway and also the battery swapping. TUMCreate also helping Singapore in order to research to optimize the energy supply for infrastructure in Singapore. So we are successfully identified where are the most energy needed in Singapore. And then based on the research done by TUMCreate, there were also approximately more than 600,000 Singapore roads. Assuming that every vehicle drives about 50 kilometers per day, this will sum up approximately more than 2,500 gigawatt hour per year. And then based on that, we have to come up with a smart charging. And then to increase the overall benefits of EV, the energy used to power the vehicle should be as clean as possible, ensuring the maximum possible integration of renewable energy. And then we believe that in the future, EV and batteries could serve as a buffer storage, storing generated energy exceeding demand and feeding it back to the grid or vehicle to grid when needed. And in the past 10 years, TUM as well as other universities, we are trying developing a lot of electromobilities from scooter and then from bicycle and then motorcycle and then motorcycle for goods and then including the taxis. And then for the past few years, we are also developing research how to integrate electromobility and then automations into the public transport to achieve the ultimate public transport in Singapore. So let me share this video. Okay.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Yes. So do you want to play the video?
Yes. Is it possible?
Yes. Just to make sure that you already
According to the
shared the
United
sound.
Nations,
Okay, now we
5
can hear.
billion people
Okay.
will be living in urban areas by 2030.
So this is the summary
With
of
growing
our
urban
research in
population,
Singapore.
Cities are seeing an increase in transport demand, environmental concerns, and constraints on physical space. In this digital age, technologies play a crucial role in powering public transport systems of the future, creating sustainable, eco-friendly ways to travel. A changing trend to electrification and commuter-generated options is well underway. TUM Create's technologies allow prioritization of buses on the road. By enabling buses to have a lane on demand through localized signaling, buses will no longer face road congestion or need to stop for a red light. This reduces commuters' travel and waiting time. This can be further managed by TUM Create's intelligent, low-cost, low-power camera sensors that observe and recognize vehicle movements along all bus routes for incident monitoring and law enforcement. TUM Create's network planning system purposes alternative routes to optimize the number of buses required to support commuters' volume. Through the system, transport planners are able to achieve the most efficient operating model in supply and demand. Charging a fleet of electric buses requires large amounts of electricity. Detailed planning of where and when to charge these electric buses is required in order to not trip the power grid that could otherwise result in blackouts. With its interactive software, TUM Create is able to determine the amount of power needed by the Singapore bus network and uses the results to analyze and mitigate the impact of electric bus charging while taking into consideration the cost and environmental benefits. TUM Create's cutting-edge city-scale intelligent simulation software demonstrates, predicts, and analyzes the feasibility of mobility solutions based on different what-if scenarios. Traffic congestion and mixed traffic with autonomous vehicles create traffic conditions which can be readily simulated to advise for contingency plans. TUM Create remains at the forefront of urban mobility and is a significant contributor in the evolution of the public bus system. According to the
Okay, last but not least, TUM, also the Nanyang Technology University, together we are also collaborating in research in electrified roadway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much once again, Dr. Ali Bawono, for the very great speech and also inspiring from the Singapore point of view. So since all of our 4 invited speakers in the first session already delivering their speech, now it's time for us to having the discussion sessions, okay?
Yes, we're gonna invite once again all the 4 speakers, our previous 4 speakers. Can we have Dr. Ali again on screen?
Yeah.
And also we're gonna invite Ibu Dr. Eni Yuliawati to be with us on the stage.
We'll be accompanied by 2 of us.
Yes,
No worries.
you won't be alone on the stage. We will be by your side, on your right and your left.
Okay.
And okay, I'm going behind this couch. I'm gonna invite also Ibu Dr. Susanti.
Yes.
Represented Bapak Insinyur Zamrides.
Yes.
And also Technology Zulhaidi Muhammad Jawi. Would you please join us again on screen for this Q&A and a short panel discussion this very afternoon. Silakan Ibu boleh duduk. Ibu Eni, thank you so much. Allow us to join you sitting on this couch. Oh, so good.
Okay. Because we are standing
So good.
at
So
the corner.
nice. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali Bawono, for joining us again. And also Technology Zulhaidi, thank you so much for joining us. And we are still waiting for Ibu Susanti, is it right?
Yes. But I think while we are waiting, I think we can continue to the
Yes.
discussion section because as we can see in the Zoom chat box that there are several questions from the participants in the online.
Yes.
So meanwhile, perhaps Mas Imam, you can give time to
Yes.
the on-site participants.
Yeah.
Okay, while I'll see the online questions.
Yeah,
from
before we
the
go
chat.
to our question from our online participants, are there any question from our offline participant here in Bali? Okay, from that young lady, of course. Okay.
Okay.
Can we have the mic for that young lady?
Okay, so we'll be given the opportunity to the offline,
Offline
first.
first.
Yeah?
Okay.
Please
And after
welcome.
that, we're gonna go to the online participant. Can you state your name, please?
Yes. First of all, my name is Yongke Dets Ashifa Tasmara Madina.
Masya Allah. Can you make it short? Yongki.
Shifa.
Oh, Shifa. Hifa.
Shifa.
Shifa, okay.
Siap.
It's like honey, you know, Shifa. Okay, Shifa, okay. Your question and to whom you're gonna address your question?
Okay. These questions I sent for Mrs. Eni Yuliawati. Yes, please. First of all, we know for facing the digital area, we have to make adaptation with ourselves with the development of technology. And we also know it's also for improve the service and make it more easy, make it more efficient. And first condition, we know we live with another various generations, and maybe the older people, they don't really understand about the technology, and it make them more choosing like private transportation more than public transportation, I mean. And as the young people, maybe for the young people, we easy to learn the technology, and we can use the something like digital. And as the young people, my question is, how can we, as the young people, can invite them to using public transportation more than private transportation? And besides, they don't really understand about the technology. If we make all become digital. And second condition, we know there's a lot of people that offer their service as like conventional. I mean, not via mobile, not via phone. We call it not via online. And sometimes it's make a little bit conflict with the people that offer their service in the via mobile or via online. And I am curious, is there something or policy that organize it that so that conflict between it can not become a demonstration and conflict, so as had happened before, so it will not happen again in the future? You get my question?
Do you get the question, Ibu Eni? Okay, thank you, Shifa, for the question.
Yes.
For the first question, are you talking about your parents?
No.
No, okay, fine. If you're talking about other people. Thank you, Shifa, for your question. Ibu Eni, would you please answer the question from Shifa?
Okay, thank you very much, Shifa. Maybe I will to try to
Ibu Eni,
answer-
would you please
yes, okay.
bring the
I
mic
try
closer?
to answer your question and about adaptation to technology, improve the services, make it easier, efficient. We live in various generations, don't understand, and choosing the private then public transport. For young people, we easy to learn, teach. How can we ask the young people, invite them to using public transport? Besides, they don't really understand the technology. And the second question, there is a lot of people not via online, little bit conflict careers in their any policy, so that conflict between it cannot become demonstration and conflict. It's enough?
Yes, that's my question.
Maybe I will to review again in my presentation in the last. If in the situations we can what we call a revolution about mind and culture. So it will foster the implementation of digital transportation. We can also push the socialization through the social media. And this is one of way maybe to interventions about the problem in transport, especially about pure lack in technology. So it is maybe one of the way for the government to intervention of the problem. I think that is.
Okay, that's your take on the Shifa's question.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So perhaps promoting in more popular way, perhaps ya Ibu Eni ya, because millennials sometimes need a very visual thing so they can motivate or they are feeling encouraged to use the public transportations. Yeah, this is perhaps the government also can embrace the young generations to promote this public transportations in terms of the going to the more sustainable way. Right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Shifa, thank you for the question, and you
Thank you, Shifa.
And thank you for the answers too.
Okay, thank you. You may sit it again.
Okay.
Thank you. Can we
Big
give a big
applause
applause for
Shifa?
Shifa?
Okay, thank
Sandy,
you.
can we go to the online participants?
Yes, of course. So we have the several questions, quite many actually.
All right, thank you so much.
It is a good sign, yeah. It
Yep.
is a good sign that all the online participants pay attention, to the panel sessions, of the first session. So the first question, but let me check before I read the questions, is Dr. Susanti on behalf of Bapak Zamrides is already in Zoom.
Yep.
Can we check Ibu Dr. Susanti? Otherwise, I will go to the next speaker.
Yeah, we can have we have Dr. Ali and also Technologist Zulhaidi.
Okay, so Ibu Dr. Susanti,
Yeah,
can you hear my voice? Perhaps you can respond to my voice.
Yeah, we can
Because
see some of a
yeah.
shadowy figure from
Exactly,
your
we saw someone. Okay.
Okay, Santi, maybe we can
Okay,
go to
next, yeah? Okay.
Dr. Ali or Technologist Zulhaidi.
Okay, all right. So the next one is we go to the, hold on.
Wow, that many?
Yes,
Wow.
and some of the questions, but perhaps I would like to review because previously Technologist Zulhaidi already answered in the Zoom chat box, but perhaps not all the online and also offline participants aware on
Yep.
this chat, but I think this is also a good chance for us
I can
to read
repeat
the
that.
questions. Okay, so you want to repeat that?
Yeah.
Maybe I can read the question and you can
Yeah.
explore your answer, Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Santi.
Okay, so the question is, if the provision of a black box in each car unit is mandatory, and there is an increase in the quality of the black box every year or time, then if an accident occurs in an area or country that lacks of technology to read the content of the black box, then do you have to continuously ask for help from the country or region? Something else to be able to find out from the contents of the black box? And what is the solution so that in the future, each country or region has its own tool to read the content of the black box? So this is the question from one of the colleagues in PKTJ, Arvensia Yoga.
Okay.
Okay, please welcome Technologist.
Okay,
Zul.
are those questions or tests
Yeah.
to Technologist Zulhaidi anyway?
Yeah. Okay, please welcome Technologist Zul. Maybe you can explore again to the audience regarding the questions,
Yeah.
please. Okay.
First of all, I'm very sorry because my practice before is just to directly answer on the chat box after presentation.
It's okay,
so
sir.
I'm doing it in advance, so I'm very sorry for that. For the question, Bapak Erfansi, yes, you are correct about the ADR because this is not a new technology, but it's not new to be normalized in the market and also for the use of general users. So yes, we have problem because we have to attend training to read this ADR, and not all cars from our study, especially in Malaysia, have this ADR inside the car. So maybe OEM in the future will make it friendly to all level of users. Maybe it is wireless connectivity to the radar and also to the device. As I mentioned, we are expecting something like smartphone in the future, including the dash cam. So that's why we introduce rating as a self-control mechanism, and in the future maybe we have to control everything from the OEM side, because they develop the cars and bring it to the market, and also about the aftermarket items such as dash cam. I think that's all my answer for Bapak Erfansi. Terima kasih.
Okay. Thank you, Technology Zulhaidi. But before we are moving on to the next question, we are welcoming on screen Ibu Dr. Susanti. Thank you so much for joining us. On behalf of Bapak Insinyur Zamrides, thank you so much, Ibu. How are you, Bu?
Thank you. I am fine.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, now Santi, moving on to the next question. Maybe any question to Ibu Santi or Ms. Dr. Ali?
Okay, so perhaps to Ibu Dr. Susanti, there is a questions. Actually, there are some, yeah, but I only choose one, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay. Okay. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, okay.
Sorry,
so, Dr. Susanti, yes, you can hear my voice clearly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this question.
Yes, go ahead. Wait up, Santi.
Okay, all right.
Dr. Santi, anything to say?
Do you have something to say?
I have a question from Danang.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
about
yeah.
the dominant and priority factors in the successful development of the TOD area. Please welcome
Yes.
Dr. Susanti.
Okay. Okay. I will also try answer the non-question via the chat box about what are the most dominant and priority factor in successful development of the TOD area. I try to answer. One, accessibility. Accessibility of a model node with activity center, especially within a radius of 800 meters from model node. And number two, non-motorized transportation or priorities the cycling and pedestrian. Number three, public transportation. Public transportation system which is accessible and integrated between one to another mode. Maybe this answer about question Danang.
Yes. Okay. So thank you so much, Ibu Dr. Susanti. Later, after the question to Dr. Ali, I think we have one common question to all the four invited speakers. Yeah, I will later back to Ibu. So allow me to go to the next speaker. Yeah, Dr. Ali Bawono. Yeah, and from the topic that Dr. Ali already presenting to us here, also gain a lot of questions, yeah, a lot of questions. So,
bring it on.
Yeah, bring it on. Okay, Dr. Ali, ready? Okay, so this is interesting because perhaps it relates with the some of the countries, yeah, some of the countries, not only in Indonesia, perhaps also in Philippines, and also maybe some of the ASEAN country and the other emerging countries, yeah. Okay, so this is the questions related to the electric vehicle, yeah. Perhaps you may hear it quite several questions that you always hear, but it is interesting also to know your insight, yeah. So the question is coming from Madia Ashidik. So the question is actually how effective are electric vehicle for the future? And the next question is, what if the power source also rounds out in the future regarding the electricity? And also, will heavy-duty vehicle also become the electric vehicle? Because as you mentioned earlier, is in Singapore for the bus and etc. for the urban transportation. And how about the heavy-duty one? And about the power source? Okay, please welcome Dr. Ali.
Okay, it's many questions. So the first one is how EV is effective, right?
Yes.
And then the second one, sorry?
The second one is about the power source. Is the
okay, power source.
Yes.
Okay. And then the third one is about the heavy duty, yeah?
Yes, exactly,
okay.
heavy duty.
Okay, so yeah, let me try to share my opinion how effective electric vehicle or electromobility, right? So yeah, based on my research and also conducting literature review or also communicating and also discussion with a lot of industrial partners, especially in Singapore case. Of course, electromobility is or electric vehicle is not the solution to all problems. In fact, it's just one of the solutions, but we also have to consider many parameters. So for example, if we are talking about how to tackle the emission from for public transport, I think I also mentioned to you that electromobility is one of the key, but there are many strategies needs to be done. So for example, we also need to enhance the cycling, walking, and also public transport. So electromobility is one of the key. But how effective is, of course, it also needs to consider different parameters. So for example, where is the source of energy produced? So for example, is it based on the coal or is it based on the renewable energy? But ideally, when we can combine all of these parameters, so for example, in order to tackle the emissions in public transport, when we have like an ideal situation, for example, in Singapore and actually many countries worldwide, when we can combine walking, cycling, public transport, and then electromobility, of course, it will be very effective in solving the problems in emission from public transport. This is my opinion. And then secondly, the power source, yeah, where we can get the power source. This is also a very big debate when we are talking about electric vehicles, especially I think in the United States also a big debate because there are like a big companies like a Tesla and then some other companies, they are already introducing electric vehicles. But as we might already know, the source of electricity is still coming from the coal. So this is just, I think, just transferring the emission from the road to the industry sector or industrial area. But in the future, I think we all believe, especially authorities and also the industry, we are believe in the future when we can combine the electric vehicle and also electromobility and also to combine with the renewable energies, at least the most contribution of energy sources from the renewable energies for wind, from photovoltaics, from biomass or biogas, then it can be very effective as well. Okay, and then the third, the heavy-duty electric vehicle is actually not my expertise because I didn't do research on the heavy-duty vehicle. But from what I can share is actually nowadays in industry in Singapore, especially some industry including the automotive and also logistic, they are looking also solutions how to transfer or transform their heavy-duty vehicles, especially in goods and also logistics, to electric vehicles. So, for example, nowadays in Singapore, we are having a lot of warehouse, right? Like warehouses, like from the logistic companies like a DHL and then DB Schenker and so on. They are having a lot of electric forklift in the warehouse, and then nowadays they are transforming the ICE forklift to the electric forklift because they want to have a better and cleaner warehouses, and then also they want to reduce the cost, and also most on top of that they also want to have a more safer because ICE forklift is more prone to a fire risk, while the electric vehicle is much more safer. And then also what I know is currently Jurong Town Corporation, this is like a BUMN company in Indonesia. This is very big company in Singapore, the JTC. They are also trying to transforming their goods vehicle into the electric vehicles.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ali, for the answer. But I think since the time is limited, right? But perhaps because all of the four invited speakers already here, perhaps we can have one concluding remarks, regarding the red lines of this ICSMS, which is the safe and sustainable transportation. So perhaps the first one, Ibu Eni, any concluding remarks or message regarding this conference that you want to share?
Thank you very much. In the first, I appreciate for the PKTJ can help in the international conference. I think it is many benefit for the practitioner, the regulation, and the academician to improve about the safety, efficiency, effectiveness, and sustainable in transport. And we know in Indonesia, people is less to use public transport. It is a message for us to how to shift the private transport move to public transport. It is the first message, I think. So the forum, I think, is it's very good to socialization about the public transport in community in Indonesia. Different with the developed country. Developed country is, I think, is better because very, what we call about, very familiar using public transport, not prestige about to get the private transport, but in public transport is similar with public transport. It's example in France. In France, about the mass transport is very, very developed because people in France is always take metro, like
Yes,
metro,
train,
like
yeah.
metro, or like in Indonesia maybe MRT.
Yes.
It's usual they using public transport. So I think in this forum, I think is better to socialization about the public transport to community, to people in Indonesia. That is, I think, one of my conclusion about the international
thank you so
conference.
much, Ibu Eni. And
You are
then
welcome.
perhaps, thank you so much, Ibu. Perhaps Mas Imam wants to go to the next.
Maybe
speaker
the same
for
question.
conclusions.
Yeah,
Yes.
same conclusion from Ibu Dr. Susanti on behalf of Bapak Insinyur Zamrides. Ibu Susanti, maybe.
Yeah. Thank you. I want to appreciate the compliment of the international forum because in this time for us began to open wide view of development the concept of sustainable transport and encourage the Ministry of Transportation to promote green transportation in the global in the big global concept in Indonesia. Maybe this is
Yes, Bu.
Process remark from yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you so much, Ibu Susanti.
Yeah, a bit. There's
Yeah,
something
maybe
wrong
the
with the connection.
connections.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
exactly.
But thank you very much for your conclusion about about this conference, and also the same request to technologist Zulhaidi.
Yes.
Sebentar.
Okay.
Okay, so can I comment on anything?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
As long as it's positive, sir, please do.
Because first of all, thank you for the organizers. I'm actually the last minute, representing somebody else from Myros, but that's okay. Thank you for the opportunity for myself to introduce my project for this year, for the recent year. And when we talk about sustainability, I would like to congratulate the organizers of ICSMS. And we can relate this to ESG because this three letters acronym is very popular now. We're talking about sustainability And actually, we want to make everything safe, and we want to preserve whatever we have, whatever the God gave us. For my subject or for my expertise, we are dealing with a road safety issue. We do not want our roads that kill people every day. In Malaysia, it's about 15 to 20 loss of life every day. And for the country Indonesia, our neighbor, Serumpun Nusantara, this is a great opportunity for Indonesia to be the world leader, because every big country have a better chance to be the world leader as compared to Malaysia. We are a much smaller nation, but we have to deal with a high population of 200 million plus, maybe 250 or 280, I don't know. For the large country as Indonesia, but it is in the shape of archipelagos, many islands, from Sabang to Merauke. This is what people tell how big Indonesia is, about many thousand kilometers, by the land size, and also by the luasnya beribu-ribu juta kilometer. Jadi sustainability is a very big topic for Indonesia. Maybe someone can think about we could come back to our forte, which is maritime-based transportation rather than focusing on roads.
Right.
I don't know. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zulhaidi. And the last one, Dr. Ali Bawono, your take for this conference.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you for the organizer for the very successful event and all of participants, and they are very active, which is a very good environment. So I love it. And then about the remarks, I think I just come with a short remarks about the electromobility, especially when we are planning. So I would like to remind all of us, because when we want to plan something very big, and then this can be a game changer, especially in many countries, including Indonesia. I think it's best for all of us, like different authorities. So, for example, the Ministry of Public Works, the Ministry of Transportation, the Ministry of Energy, and also the local government with the industry partner and also researchers. We can sit together and then come up with a framework. And then after we can come up with a framework, then we have to be disciplined and also commit to the framework, and then we can derive into the strategies and then programs and plans. As we can see from the Singapore, they can reach this point because they are very disciplined and commitment. So I think we can have them as a good example.
Okay, great. So once again, thank you so much for all the invited speaker of the panel session 1, yeah?
Yeah, okay. And before we go to our lunch break, as the recognition and appreciation from the organizing committee of ICSMS 2022, we would like to give a token of appreciation to all invited speakers in the first session of the panel discussion. Therefore, we would like to invite Second Deputy Director of Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety to give a token of appreciation to the invited speakers. So please welcome Bapak Dr. Imade Suraharta. So, the first token of appreciation will be given to Dr. Eni Yuliawati SAMT, acting as the head of transport policy for safety and security on behalf of Dr. Gede Pasek Swardike, MSc, QGIA CGCAE, head of Transportation Policy Agency, MOT Indonesia. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Eni Yuliawati SAMT? Thank you, Dr. Eni Yuliawati. You may return to your seat.
Okay.
Thank you, Ibu. You may return to your seat. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so I think we should go to the next appreciation session. So the second token of appreciation to Bapak Insinyur Zamrides MSI on behalf will be represented by Dr. Susanti, from the Greater Jakarta Authority. We can have a big applause first.
Yeah, there will be an e-certificate. Will be shown on the screen.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. The third, a token of appreciation to Technologies Zulhaidi Muhammad Jawi, the Director of Vehicle Safety in Biomechanic Research Center at Malaysian Institute of Road Safety Research or MIROS Malaysia. Thank you so much, Technology Zul. Thank you.
Yep. The token of appreciation in form of e-certificate will be sent to you. And last but not least, a token of appreciation to Dr. Ali Bawono from the Technical University of Munich, TUM, Asia, Singapore. There you go, all the e-certificate.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bapak Bade. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you for all invited speakers. Thank you so much. It is our pleasure to have all of you the support in ICSMS 2022. Okay.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you all being here and for all the excitement and involvement in the first session of ICSMS Day 1. We will continue the agenda in ICSMS Day 1 for the opening speech, keynote speaker, and panel session of invited speakers, session number 2.
And we still have 3 more reputable invited speakers that will share their topic about safe and sustainable transportation, starting at 1+10 p.m. UTC +8. So please kindly check your time zone. And after the second session of the panel discussion, we will have the closing speech. And last but certainly not the least is the mini workshop about the preparing research articles for F1000 Research, Scopus Q1, and Cogent OA Journal, Scopus Q1 and Q2 publication. So please be with us until the end of today ICSMS Day 1.
And now we will have our lunch break until 1:10 p.m. UTC +8 or Bali time. Please kindly check your time zone and adjust it. Thank you once again and see you in a few minutes in the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, ICSMS Day 1, Session 2, and enjoy your break.
Enjoy. Thank you so much.
We'll see you again.
Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, ICSMS Day 1. So may I have your attention, please? The ceremony of the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, ICSMS Session 2, is about to begin. So for this reason, once again, we would like to inform for all offline or on-site participant at the Hall of Politeknik Transportasi Darat Bali, Indonesia, and online participant in Zoom platforms to activate the camera on their respective Zoom application and to get ready.
Once again, good afternoon from Bali and welcome to the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, ICSMS, organized by Politeknik Keselamatan Transportasi Jalan or Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety, PKTJ, in partnership with Research Synergy Foundation, supported by ScholarVein, Research Synergy Institute, Reviewer Track, Research Synergy Press, F1000 Research, Cogent Journal, and Taylor and Francis Group. My name is Imawibo once again, and my partner,
Santi Rahmawati, to be standing here as a master of ceremony in the international conference. And once again, welcome to each and every one of you for being here with us today. So once again, we would like to remind that the conference theme of the ICSMS 2022 is Safe and Sustainable Transportations. And this ICSMS 2022 will take place over 2 days, starting today until tomorrow, yeah? Tomorrow, 13th of November 2022. So once again, ICSMS 2022 is an international conference devoted to various spectrum of transportations, sustainable mobility, and safety to have oral presentation in the academic conference. Once again, we are welcoming all participants in the ICSMS coming from various countries and backgrounds to have discussions and networking on the conference.
we welcome all the strategic partners and members from the Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem Network to the ICSMS. We believe that this collaboration can bring mutual benefit to all stakeholders involved.
We also welcome all participants, scholars, researchers, and practitioners from various countries in the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, or ICSMS, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Germany, Japan, Australia, Singapore, United Kingdom, Philippines, Pakistan, Tanzania, India, Iraq, Morocco, Nigeria, Ethiopia, and more.
And we believe that at the ICSMS 2022, you will gain a lot of insight through the knowledge obtained from the interdisciplinary fields of study. And this will lead to fruitful future collaboration and research opportunities.
And next, once again, we would like to remind the material of the conference, the virtual background, the conference program, and the abstract book can be accessed at the link bit.ly/material_IC-SMS. Or later also, the committee can help in type in the Zoom chat box. And remember, for the question and answer and also the e-certificates, the question and answer can only be asked via Zoom chat room for the online participants, and also can raise the hands for the participant who already attend offline. And later on, the moderator will manage as per the time available. And once again, we would like to encourage all the participants to kindly contribute to give the feedback or maybe asking the question or giving the comment to the presenter, because the e-certificate later on will be provided to your registered email once you are actively involved in the session.
So once again, please fill out the registration and attendance form that committee sent via chat box. You know, bit.ly/attendance form_IC-SMS. And once again, also for the video and audio reminder, all participants are required to mute their audio. The host has every right to mute any participant's audio and remove those who are deemed disruptive without any warning.
Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you to kindly please stand up because we will sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, following directly with the hymne Perhubungan. And once again, for reminding online participants in the Zoom platforms, please stay seated. Thank you for your attention and please kindly sit it.
Moving on, for the next agenda, we would like to invite Bapak Imada Swartika, ATD, Master of Engineering Science, as the Director of Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety, PKTJ Indonesia, to give the opening speech of ICSMS Day 1, Session 2, So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Imade Swartika, ATD, Master of Engineering Science.
Your Excellency, Minister of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Honoris Causa Insinyur Budi Karya Sumadi, that is the moment is represented by Honorable Head of Human Resources Development Agency on Transportation, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Joko Sasono, MSc Eng. Honorable National Research Innovation Agency, that's represented by the head of Center of Transportation Technology, Dr. Eng Aam Muharam, Honorable Representative of the Transportation Policy Agency, Dr. Eni Yulia Wati SA MSTR, Honorable Representative of the Greater Jakarta Authority, Insinyur Jamrides MSI, Honorable the Head of Human Resources Development Center for the Land Transportation, Dr. Anus Nahdudin MSc, Honorable Head of Human Resources Development Center on Sea Transportation, Bapak Amiruddin MM, distinguished representative from Nottingham University, Prof. Patrick Wheeler, distinguished Director of Vehicle Safety and Biomechanic Research Center at Malaysian Institute of Road Safety Research, MIROS, Tuanku Julhaidi Muhammad Jawi, distinguished representative of Technical University Munich, TUM Asia, in Singapore, Dr. Eng Ali Bawono, distinguished representative of Edith Cowan University, Australia, Prof. Kerry Brown, distinguished the head of Education Division of Human Resources Development Center on Land Transportation, Dr. Siti Maimunah, distinguished all the session chair associate, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam, Salam Kebajikan, Salam Prestasi. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Imade Swartika, as the Director of Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety, PKTJ, located in the Central Java Island of Indonesia. I would like to inform you that this is the first international conference in the 2022 hosted by Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety. We are very delighted this year that we finally able to manage this conference in collaboration with Research Synergy Foundation and our host here, Poltrada Bali. Here in a beautiful of Dewata Island of Bali. This conference is the manifestation of our strong commitment as the one of vocational campus under the Ministry of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia. That's its main focus on road safety to take a significant role for the development of transportation sector, especially in the issue of sustainable mobility and safety, which then become our theme of this conference. Excellency, Minister, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, prior to this conference on the October 20, 2022, we successfully carried out an international webinar under the theme of the future of transportation, in which joined by speaker from University of Mara, Malaysia, speaker from Singapore, and also, of course, also expert from Indonesia. This conference today will follow up then by a mini workshop at the end of the session that will attended by all participants. Through this conference, we intend to provide a platform for preparation of research article, F1000 Research Scopus Q1 and Hogan OA Journal Scopus Q1 and Q2 publication for scholar and lecturer. Moreover, this event will also provide us with an opportunity for scholar, practitioner in the field of transportation to expand and share their insight, knowledge, as well as to build up global connection among them and to elaborate worldwide view about sustainable future transportation. Assisted by the RSF, all accepted abstract will be published in the abstract conference ebook with ISBN and DOI number. In addition, it is expected that we can identify and examine from keynote point view of the speaker insight as a foundation for us to figure out the future transportation policy and decision making as well. And the conference today that we already started from this morning, we have some expert that will contribute that his meaningful thought. The first one, later we will allow our Excellency, Minister of Transportation, and also another speaker that this morning we already have his insight, Dr. Eng Am Muharam from the Research Center of Technology Transportation from BRIN. Next, we will have also speaker from the Transportation Policy Agency, speaker from the Greater Jakarta Authority, representative from Nottingham University, Director of Vehicle Safety from MIROS, representative from TUM Asia, Dr. Eng Bawono, representative of Edith Cowan University, and the last but not the least is the head of Education Division, Resources Development Center on Land Transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, for your kind information, in this conference we received 43 papers which has been submitted by author researchers from various countries such as Pakistan, Germany, Malaysia, Japan, and of course from Indonesia. And from PKCJ lecturer LSEP, we have 70% participating paper. We are also very happy to announce that our conference today so far is intended about 1,000 participants from 20 countries that's now already joined virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, for all respect, I would like to ask Excellency Ministry of Transportation, at the moment represented by the Honorable, the Head of the Human Resources Development, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Joko Sasono, to give his speech. That's all that I have to inform for today's conference. Hopefully, everyone will enjoy this conference and take advantages from this upcoming event. Thank you very much. My Almighty God, all bless us always. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you, Bapak Mades Wartika, for the wonderful opening speech for this session 2.
Yes, Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, moving on for the next agenda, we would like to invite Bapak Joko Sasono as the head of Human Resource Development Agency on Transportation Indonesia to give the keynote speech on behalf of the Minister of the Transportations of the Republic of Indonesia. Permission, Pak Joko. allow us to read the profile first? Okay? Okay,
Please.
thank you so much, Pak. Okay, so Bapak Joko Sasono finished his undergraduate studies at the Bandung Institute of Technology, or ITB, in the Planology Engineering Department. The University of Leeds in the United Kingdom awarded him a good degree after he pursued his postgraduate studies with a focus on transport planning and engineering. Additionally, he attended and graduated with honor from the University of Tokyo at Japan School of Transport Planning and Policy, Urban Engineering, and at the moment he is the head of Human Resources Development Agency on Transportations. And previously he has held position as the Secretary General of the Ministry of Transportations, the Director of Development of the Urban Transportation System, and the Director General of Land Transportation. So without further ado, please welcome Bapak Joko Sasono. The time is yours, Pak.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would like to convey apology from His Excellency Minister of Transportation of Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Budi Karya Sumadi, because of his not able to attend this conference due to some duty that he had to attend. And please allow me to read the speech on behalf of His Excellency. And with your permission, Honorable yang amat berbahagia Datuk Dr. Khairil Anwar bin Abu Qasim, Director General of Malaysian Institute of Road Safety Research, MIROS, Honorable Dr. Ing Aam Muharam from National Research and Innovation Agency, Honorable Professor Patrick Wheeler from Nottingham University, UK, Honorable Dr. Ing Ali Bawono from Technical University of Munich, Asia, Singapore, Honorable Professor Kerry Brown from Edith Cowan University, Australia, Honorable Dr. Gede Pasek Swardika, Head of Transportation Policy Agency, Honorable Dr. Umar Aris, Head of Greater Jakarta Transportation Authority, Honorable Bapak Amiruddin, Head of Human Resources Development Center of Sea Transportation, Honorable Imade Swartika, Director of Polytechnic Off-Road Transport and Safety atau PKTJ, Honorable Dr. Siti Maimunah from Education Division Human Resources Development Center of Land Transportation, distinguished speakers, participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace and blessings of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala to be upon you. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. A very good afternoon to everyone. In this wonderful afternoon, let us praise God Almighty for all His blessing that we could gather here. It is a great pleasure for me to deliver this speech at the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety. To begin with, I would like to express my greatest appreciation to the Polytechnic of Road Transport and Safety for the implementation of the International Conference. I also sincerely hope that PKTJ, as an educational institution under the Ministry of Transportation, can produce excellent professional and ethical transportation personnel in order to realize sustainable transportation safety in Indonesia. Distinguished guests, there has been a paradigm shift in the transportation industry. the need for transportation now extends beyond simply providing a way to move people and things. The first demand is for everyone to have fair access to the transportation. We should all be concerned to those who are lack of access to the services. Jakarta, as a capital city which has an integrated transportation system, won the Sustainable Transportation Award for the first time in Southeast Asia in October 2020. With a length of more than 250 kilometers, Jakarta is the world's longest BRT system. It has designated bus lanes for moving people across the city. However, individuals in other locations have not yet had access to this sort of transportation. Therefore, it is important to encourage the equal distribution of transportation infrastructure development, particularly in regions with poor access. The effectiveness and dependability of services for decarbonization, safety, and mobility constitute the second demand, which is equally crucial. Approximately 64% of the world's oil consumption, 27% of all energy use, and 23% of the carbon dioxide emissions related to energy are attributed to the transportation sector. Nearly 185,000 fatalities annually are directly related to the car pollution. Additionally, up to 50 million people are hurt and over 1.25 million people die each year on the world's roads. In summary, transportation must consider the effects on the environment as well as economic and social issues. Sustainable and secure transportation is the solution. Honorable guests, according to the latest research by Sokohyar in 2022 related to sustainable transportation in practice, the results of a review of 358 case studies in various parts of the world related to sustainable transportation contained in the publication of international research papers show that there are similarities in factors or categories that must be considered carefully if one to achieve sustainable and safe transportation. Namely, in vehicle improvements, the vehicle itself must be improved, which increases the use of renewable energy, automates processes, or makes vehicles smarter and safer for both users and the environment, such as electric automobiles and autonomous vehicles. Built environment elements, environmental factors such as infrastructure and accessibility that support the chosen mode of transportation, the security and well-being of its consumers are directly tied to this component as well. Third, human factors. Human actions when using means of transportation must also be taken into account. Using more environmentally friendly automobiles, selecting carbon emission reduced vehicles, choosing public transportation over a private vehicle, and engaging in other environmentally good activity. This will encourage the industry and other sectors to develop in a more sustainable direction if enough people are aware of it. Planning and regulations. The environment of decision makers in a community or even a nation cannot be isolated from the success of sustainable transportation. Plans and regulations must be based on objective research, that has been shown to be effective and efficient rather than on individual or group beliefs. And they must take the user community and the environment into considerations. Depending on geographical considerations, as well as current social and political aspects, policies can be quite contextual. Additionally, there are a number of practical actions that can be taken to simultaneously advance the Sustainable Development Goals, including decreasing traffic fatalities, increasing the share of renewable energy sources, improving the quality of infrastructure related to transportation, and raising public satisfaction with public transportation. Honorable guests, to encourage the achievement infrastructure and sustainable and safe transportation system, one of the steps taken by the government of Indonesia is to arrange the acceleration of the electric motor vehicle program as stipulated in the Presidential Regulation number 55 of 2019. In addition, President Joko Widodo issued an order mandating the use of electric vehicles for his personnel at the central and regional levels in accordance with the program. The use of electric vehicles, also known as battery electric vehicles, as operational service vehicles and or individual vehicles for central government agencies and regional governments is governed by Presidential Instruction or Impres number 7. In addition, the usage of electric vehicles at the G20 summit is evidence of the government's commitment to promoting sustainable transportation. Attending heads of states and delegations all drove electric cars, buses, vehicles, and motorcycles were first seen during the G20 summit in Nusa Dua, Bali. The agenda for this event, which will be placed on November 15, 16, 2022, has been prepared with about 1,000 electric vehicles. It is also necessary to pay attention to the security and safety factors in using electric vehicles, since some components and systems in electric vehicles have the potential to pose a risk of fire and accidents. While the development of electric vehicles continues to be processed, the government needs to formulate regulations, prepare infrastructure, and test systems for electric vehicle. At the level of educational institution, it can contribute to prepare competent human resources in the field of electric vehicles through the education and training system. In order to realize the electric vehicle ecosystem and to support the transformation of the green economy. Distinguished guests, in order to improve the quality and safety of transportation services, this can be done by utilizing new technological developments, namely a smart and efficient transportation system. The example is the mobility on demand. The implementation of mobile ticketing and other smartphone-operated technologies to facilitate daily travel, combined with the use of big data to optimize vehicle delivery, routes, as well as schedules, will result in a highly automated system. There is also a smart traffic light which will ensure the smooth flow of vehicles. Electronic traffic law enforcement is now used to maintain traffic order. Autonomous unmanned vehicles to reduce accidents caused by the human error. Whatever it is, this technology is developing rapidly. So we must be agile in dealing with technological disruptions. Collaboration, a holistic and integrated approach is needed for a transition process towards creating sustainable and safe transportation by involving stakeholders, academics, community, public, as well as media. Honorable guests, last but not the least, for professionals, scholars, representatives of the government, and everyone involved in transportation attended in this internet conference. I think this conference is the best chance to inspire everyone to take action and create the sustainable transportation system we will need for a future that's sustainable, inclusive, as well as fair for everybody. I will conclude my stating that PKTG, a campus or institution that focuses on road safety, may actively contribute to it and underlines the significance of producing skilled human resources in the sector of land transportation. I hope PKTJ can continue to host conferences and other scientific events since they provide an excellent forum for the exchange of the best practices, real-world knowledges, and outing-edge research or creative ideas for sustainable and safe transportation strategies. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Thank you, Bapak Joko Sasono. Thank you so much, Pak, in supporting ICSMS 2022.
Once again, thank you so much, and you may return to your seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, guests, delegates, and all participants, before we continue to the next agenda of the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, or ICSMS, let us have a group conference photo session to cherish and capture the moment all together. So for online participants, please use the ICSMS virtual background, and please do turn on your Zoom video or camera in your device. And for all on-site participants at the hall, please kindly prepare your position. Okay, you may just sit on your table. So we're gonna start our group photo. We're gonna invite our documentation team. Everybody give. First, we're gonna take a photo for our on-site participant. Everyone, please give a big smile for ICSMS 2022. On our count, is everybody ready?
Ready?
Teman-teman dokumentasi sudah siap? First for off-site.
Okay, for the offline first, yeah?
Offline first.
Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Smile.
One more time.
Or maybe we can say Bali. Just
Bali.
like yesterday, Bali.
Bali. Okay, back. If you don't mind, you may maybe to take off your mask for a while.
Oh yeah.
If you don't mind, but it's up to you. Anyway, we're gonna start once again for on-site participant. On our count, once again, big smile for ICSMS. Do not forget to say Bali all together. 1, 2, 3. Bali! Thank you so much for on-site participant. And now we are moving on to the online participants.
Okay, for the online participant, as I informed by the committee that there are 20 windows.
Wow. Yeah, 20 Zoom windows. And we're gonna take one by one, so please be patient with us. Please bear with us. Okay, we're gonna see from window number 1. Please turn on your camera, ladies and gentlemen, all our participants and delegates on our online.
Yep. Okay, so please take a look at your camera, at your device. Okay, we will start with the window number 1. Okay, give us your best smile also in the ICSMS 2022. Okay, on my count, 1, 2, 3. Bali.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the committee. Okay.
Window number 1 done.
Yep.
Now
we go to the number 2. Okay. 1, 2, 3, Bali. Okay. And then we go to the next.
Okay.
Okay. So
Thank
the
you.
committee already captured, yeah?
All the windows.
Okay.
At the same time, thank you so much. And thank you for all the smiles and wonderful energy for today's group photo, both on-site participant in Bali and online through Zoom. Hope the positive vibe can be spread to all the people around us. And once again, thank you for your smile for IC SMS 2022.
Okay, and now it's the time for the panel discussion session of the invited speaker of the session 2. And in this second session, we will have 3 invited speakers. So once again, we do encourage all the participants, online, offline, to kindly pay attention and prepare your questions, okay? Because the question and answer and also the discussion session will be given later once all the 3 speakers has finished delivering their speech. Okay, to start the session, let us read the profile of the speaker first.
Okay, first, our invited speaker is Ibu Dr. Siti Maimuna SSE, MSA, MA, Head of Education Division at Human Resource Development Center of Land Transportation, Indonesia. And before Dr. Siti Maimuna delivering her speech, allow us once again to read the profile first. Dr. Siti Maimuna SSE, MSA, MA, received her Doctor of Philosophy from Environmental Economic Laboratory or Development Policy, Graduate School for International Development and Cooperation, IDEC, Hiroshima University, Japan. She is an expert in transport economics, environmental economics, transportation infrastructure development, public-private partnership, urban transportation planning, and regional economic development. She is also active in writing scientific papers which are published in various reputable journals and takes part in the Inter-Higher Education Transportation Study Forum and is a member of the Indonesian Transportation Society or MTI. She will deliver the topic about multimodal transportation. And therefore, we're going to invite once again, everybody please join me in welcoming Ibu Dr. Siti Maimuna.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. The Honorable Head of Human Resource Development, Bapak Dr. Joko Sasono. The Honorable Head of Human Resource Development Center Online Transportation, Bapak Nahdudin, jointly virtual this afternoon. The Honorable, the representative of Head Transportation Policy Agency, Dr. Eni Yuliawati. The Honorable, the Head of Human Resource Development Center on Sea Transportation, Bapak Amiruddin. And then the Honorable, the representative of Head of Human Resource Development Center on Air Transportation, Ibu Ayu. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, in this very happy afternoon today in the International Conference of the Sustainable and Safety Transportation, I would like present about the multimodal transport. So this, what is the multimodal transport? I think many of all of you knowing about this one. And then what is the purpose of this implementing the multimodal transportation is to optimize the use of the varied transportation actually, and then the increase of the connectivity between the transportation modes. Maybe go to the second slide, please. So the present of the intermodal here is to expect to encourage the seamless, efficient, and also the sustainable transportation. The application of this intermodal transportation. Next slide, please. Okay. Okay, the application of this intermodal transportation of good delivery also include the integration of good document and considering the process. So this is one of the important things about the intermodal transport. And also the creation of good transportation services that one-stop service, single seamless service. So this is namely the single operator, single tariff, and also single document. This one is the purpose of the intermodal transportation. And the pattern of good service can also be one of the causes of the logistic cost, and then the effect, the movement of good which has impact on the price of good, in certain location. So the concept of this intermodal transportation for the good transportation can be the solution to be the effective and also the efficient for the national logistic system. So this one, based on this, we can see the different actually in Indonesia. We differentiate between intermodal and the multimodal. Intermodal, this one for the person, for the people mobility, and for the multimodal, this one for the freight transportation. Okay, the next slide. Okay, for this next slide, actually, I want to make the highlight. What is, where the position of this research? Why research? Because this conference based on the research result. So this one, the research is very important since in everything we make the kind of the policy and also we want to get the best policy, it should based on the research. So this one, why I put this kind of the graph, actually, what is the activity in the transportation, especially in the multimodal transportation, and then the key here is the integration. What is the importance of the integration? So we cannot go to one place to another, from one place to another, the place only use the one mode. Actually, this morning from the Brin also mentioned, you go to the office only use the one mode or two mode or more than one mode. Actually, if we use not the private vehicle, usually we use more than one mode. So this one, the integration is the most important things that should do among of the transportation. So from, for example, for me, from Jakarta go to here, to Poltrada, Bali, actually I use first, yes, at that time I use the private vehicles and then I use the airplane and then goes here, use another transport again. So this one more than one mode and then the integration, this is mandatory to make the transportation more seamless and also make the people or not only the people, actually also the goods become more efficient and then this is will give the impact to the cost actually. And then here, currently we know about the big data because everything in the services now already goes to the digitalization. So based on this digitalization in each area, about in the shelter, about in the station, about the operator, everything here in the with the digitalization, and then can create or can generate the big data. And then this big data and also about everything in the transportation, in the integration, can be give us many information, and then this information can be done by the research. You can use this all the data information to use research, and then this research actually the result can be based as the policy. And here in Ministry of Transportation now we have the Transportation Policy Agency, and then the data is the one of the important thing, and then this policy can be implemented. The implementation of this policy will be maybe how can I say appropriate, because this one based on the data and then the true condition based on the research. And then next, okay, in this slide I want to show you about the mode share of the Indonesia freight transportation. Okay, from this slide to the next slide, I will inform you, I will present about the multimodal transport means in the freight transportation. And then this modal share of the Indonesia freight transportation still dominated by land transportation. And here about 91%. This one use the land transportation and the rest use the sea, air and also the train. So this is still a very small part. If we can imagine in Indonesia, we have the island, actually the big island, we have also the 6 big islands, but still dominated by the land transportation. But if we break down by the island here, like in Sumatra still Sumatra, Java, and also Sulawesi until Bali, this one still dominated by land transportation. But for the Kalimantan, this is already sea transportation or maybe air transport. No, not air, but the water transportation. This one also already more than 50%. And also in the Maluku, Papua, this one almost 80% dominated by the sea transportation. So this is the difference among the big island in Indonesia. and then where the land transportation still dominated for the freight transportation. And then next, this one I want to show you about the logistic performance index. Next, please. Okay, this one, the logistic performance index here, based on the 2018 World Bank Logistic Performance Index survey. But because actually I tried to find out the latest logistic performance index, but still not released yet. So this one is the latest one for the logistic performance index based on the World Bank Logistic Performance. Indonesia still ranked in 46 despite an increase in the performance. Actually this one already increased compared to the previous years, but still if we compare with other countries in Asia, we are still in the low rank. But like Singapore is very high rank, in here in Malaysia is ranked 41, Vietnam 39, Thailand is ranked 32. So this is still low in Indonesia because Indonesia has the most expensive logistic cost in Asia, which is 24% of the gross domestic product of Indonesia. And then the transportation costs are the largest component. You can imagine the logistic cost in Indonesia is the most expensive in ASEAN, and then here for the logistic cost dominated by the component of the transport cost. So this is about 12% of the GDP. So this one still challenging by all of us under the Ministry of Transportation how to make this logistic cost decrease and then more efficient later. And then the next, this is one about the challenge actually. Next slide. Okay, this one about the challenge in the where the logistic cost in Indonesia in the transportation sector is quite high because first about the vehicle age. So this one, the average truck age in Indonesia is about 10 to 11 years, with average utilization is about 13 years. So this one quite old, all of the truck about the age, and also the capital cost for the truck and spare part remain high because the high loan interest rate and also the tax. And this one, fleet of the truck also categorized as the commercial instead of the investment goods. So they are taxed at the commercial rate. So because of this, the capital cost for the truck is quite high. And also the truck driver, actually here, very few companies have the permanent driver. And most hire driver for the single delivery. So this one also become about the safety and so on, become the homework actually. And also there is empty truck trip. So if you see, if the truck goes from one place to another place, actually when going to that place, this full, and then for the return back, the truck usually this empty. So this one increase also about the logistic cost. And then about the overloading, more than half of the truck were overloaded on the average 45% above the payload weight limit. So in Indonesia, we call this one with ODOL, overload over dimension. This one still we are going to solve about this problem. And also about the fuel consumption, this one account for the large share of the operating cost in Indonesia of the freight transport sector in the source of the virtually all freight related the emissions. So this one also the challenge about the truck and then in the freight of the transportation. Next slide. Okay, this one I want to show you about the high cost economy and then inefficient logistics system here. We can see here the shipping cost. The shipping cost, you can imagine the shipping cost between Jakarta Padang and also Jakarta Shanghai, and we compare with Jakarta Jayapura. Jakarta Shanghai is the cheapest one. So this one is unbelievable, but this true. So Jakarta Shanghai is cheaper compare we ship the good to the Padang or to Jayapura. So this should be from all of us, maybe for the Indonesian must be very questionable why, what happened. So this one is actually the true. And then here we can see also the load factor between the west area and then the east area. The west area is about 70% and then also the for the outbound and the inbound 20% here. And then we can see from this graph here where the national logistic cost high, because here is still in Indonesia there is a charge. The charge actually not only the official charge only, but also there is unofficial charge. So this one create the high economic cost, and also the investment in the infrastructure still centralized in Java Island. But recently, the government already tried to develop the infrastructure not only in Java Central but also already in the other island, including we try to develop the capital city of Indonesia in Kalimantan. So this one try to decrease the disparities among of the island in Indonesia. And also about the investment, if we ask for the investor, usually the investor, if the investment in Java Island, usually they will trust and then do it. But in the other island, they still like questionable and not so many investors come to Indonesia. So for how about this one? And then this one become still why we need to make more development more distributedly all around in Indonesia. So here this about the scenario strategy and also the treatment of the development policy in this is like in front of the region must be different and also special. We cannot make like a focus in Java and Java again, but we have to spread in other island in Indonesia. Okay, next slide. Okay, this one actually this one based on the study, the research about the. I will show you the case. This is about the case how to calculate the generalized transportation cost. So the transportation cost actually we can different. This is the summation of the monetary cost and non-monetary cost element. And also here we can see later about the terminal handling cost and also the value of time. And here the general cost are cost the move of the one unit of each commodity calculated based on the cost structure for the each mode of the transportation and transshipment, including the external costs, such as the cost of the CO2 emission. If you want to take the into account, also this is in the transportation model. So this one, based on this element, I want to show you how to calculate next. This one about the logistic transportation cost. Actually, the total cost is the freight cost and also the terminal handling cost, and also the model of the general cost here is the function about the transport service price, and then also about the cost per hour, including the product time and also the distance, transport distance, and also here there's also independent of the transportation variable. So how to calculate this one, and then later there is this study will show you why the multimodal is important and when. Actually not based on the distance also, not all should be multimodal. It can be unimodal. So this one based on the data and we can see later. And then we can calculate the logistic transportation cost in the single modal and then in the multimodal. Next. This one about the policy design and the transportation cost here from the hinterland to hinterland. Actually, we can see here the shipment of the freight in the inland and also in the port, and then the shipment and also later in the land. This is very important about the development of infrastructure. Usually, since we focus on the development in the transportation only in the one mode, for example, Directorate General of Land Transportation focus in the land transportation. Directorate General of Sea Transportation focus on the port, for example. And then Directorate General of the Air Transportation focus in the airport. But who will make this all transportation become integrated? So this one still like a homework. And then usually there is port there or there is airport, very good port or very good airport, but the connection the connection to this port or airport, still the route maybe is not available, or if available, the route is the class is still low compared to the demand of the port itself. So this one still important things that we need to make all the policy become synchronized, and then the transportation become more integrated. This one, for example, in the port, and then the next slide. This one, the policy design and the transportation cost for the railway. Later, based on this one, and then the value of time, I want to show you the result when the multimodal transport is more efficient compared to unimodal. And then the next slide. The next slide is this one. I'll show you about the general cost between Semarang and Surabaya. And then based on the graph here, you can see that between Semarang and Surabaya, multimoda is this one we can see the unimoda is the red one, and then multimoda is the blue one. And then in the right side, this one about Jakarta, Surabaya. So we can see for Semarang, Surabaya, unimoda is more efficient. But for Jakarta, Surabaya, multimoda is more efficient. But this one, in the case of the train combined with the road transportation, only two modes. So the case of the study only using two modes, the integration between train and then the road transportation. And then the next slide, this one showing about Jogja and Surabaya, and also Serang and Surabaya. For Jogja and Surabaya, this one multimoda still preferable, and also for the Serang Surabaya here, multimoda, unimoda for Jogja Surabaya, and then for the Serang Surabaya, this one multimoda. Multimodal transportation is still cheaper compared to the unimoda. So we can imagine based on this result of the research, this one depend on the distance also, and to make the transportation more efficient. So this one quite interesting actually, how to show you about the transportation logistic cost in Indonesia, and also because of the integration in Indonesia still also homework. So this one later maybe this one still can decrease the transportation logistic cost in Indonesia if the integration more seamless among of the transportation. Okay, that's all my presentation for this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Dr. Siti Maimunah for the interesting presentation that you have been delivered this very afternoon.
Okay, so we should move on to the next agenda. Is still from the invited speaker. The next invited speaker is Professor Carrie Brown from Edith Cowan University, Perth, Western Australia. But before Professor Brown delivering her speech, allow us to read the profile first. Carrie Brown is president of the Australian and New Zealand Academy of Management, or ANZAM, and has been an ANZAM board member since 2016. And she is the program leader for the governance and organizational planning program of the Asset Institute. Professor Brown is a member of the business at OECD Committee on Technology and Innovation, a committee member, Institute of Public Works Engineers Australasia, and board member, Planning and Transport Research Center. And she has published extensively in this area with over 130 publications in books and journals. And she will deliver
the topic about managing transport system sustainability and risk in the context of connected and autonomous vehicles, or CAVs. And on this occasion, please welcome Professor Carrie Brown. Good afternoon, Professor Carrie Brown. I'm sorry, but we cannot hear your voice yet.
Hi, Prof. Carrie. Okay,
Hello.
I think, okay,
Yeah!
yes.
Now we can hear you loud and clear, so the screen is yours now.
Okay, please. Okay.
Thank you. Have you got my presentation, or do you want me to put it up?
You can share by your own. Yes, because it is more flexible to you. Okay.
Okay, is it possible to share it?
Yes, 1 second.
Okay, it's okay, fine. We'll be waiting here.
Yeah. I can't see where the share screen. Oh, yes, I can. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, Prof. Carrie, are you
1
okay?
second, it's coming.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. Take your
I
time, Prof.
apologize for the delay.
It's okay. So to all the participants online or offline here in Bali, would you please be patient while Prof. Carrie is preparing her presentation.
Okay. Or do you want us to...
Okay.
Do you want us to share the screen from here?
I think so, because it's not sharing in the way that I need it to share.
Okay, we're going to check, double check with the material
Yes.
that you have given to us.
I have sent it through.
Yes. Okay, so the committee, would you mind to check? Because, yeah, we already sent in a group.
Yeah, now we are sending our material to our committee to help you
So-
sharing the material and presentation to our participants here in
Okay.
Bali and online.
Okay, so Prof, perhaps while waiting for the committee to prepare the slide of presentation, perhaps you can say something first to the audience here, because we are here at the hall of Politeknik Transportasi Darat Bali, Prof.
Oh, it looks very impressive. I'm sorry that I can't be there. I wanted to talk about managing transport systems, sustainability and risks in the context of connected and autonomous vehicles, because this is a very important issue coming up, and it's a global phenomenon, and I think it speaks to sustainability, but it also speaks to transport risks that we need to take into account. And what this research that we undertook was to understand how to adapt transport management to account for the adoption of connected and autonomous vehicles under conditions of disruption. And so this opportunity to talk about these issues is a significant one for us to put forward some ideas about connected and autonomous vehicles and their introduction into the world stage.
Okay, Prof. Carrie, I think we already ready with your presentation. Now you may continue once again with your material. The screen is yours.
Thank you so much, and I
Our pleasure.
apologize for the delay. Okay, so the next slide talks about how we built the project to look at disruption. And so what are the issues in disruption in terms of transport and mobility and understanding the future of transport. And so connected and autonomous vehicles are a cutting edge and challenging issue on the global stage. And the next slide will tell us that what we wanted to look at was to assess connected and autonomous vehicles, CAVs, according to uptake scenarios. And when we looked at this issue, we saw that there was a divide. There's a continuous operation around introduction of connected and autonomous vehicles, but the scenarios that we looked at were less than 100% uptake and 100% uptake. Because what we wanted to understand is what are the changes that we needed to make to the road system to understand the adoption of CAVs. And we looked at 6 key asset management areas and their impact. This was taken from the ISO standards of ISO 55000 asset management. And so we looked at areas of policy, strategy, planning, legislative requirements, customer and stakeholder expectations, and risk management. Thank you. So the next slide tells us what are connected on autonomous vehicles. So there are vehicles that can be cars, buses, freight trucks, light rail, etc. So we're looking at all kinds of transport modes. And what is it about the autonomous part of those vehicles? Well, there's certain levels of automation, but they can be up to self-driving. and I'll talk a little bit about the taxonomy. And however, connected and autonomous vehicles, we're here about autonomous vehicles because we already have vehicles that have some level of autonomy that we're driving already. But the connected part is that they are equipped with interoperable cooperative IT systems and cloud connectivity. And so you can use connected vehicles to connect into services such as traffic information, crash notifications, but also you can use concierge and booking services so that as you're driving, you can ask the system in the cloud to get you into a hotel or book the next hire car or understand how each vehicle is traveling, who's on the road, under what circumstances. You can build in weather information and build it into your driving. So the opportunities are almost limitless at this stage about understanding what that connectivity could mean. But what we also need to consider is, well, what are the levels of this? And we'll look at the next slide, which tells us the different levels according to this SAE. And so the next slide tells us that level 0 is no automation. And that's a lot of older cars on the road don't have any, but a lot of the cars now do have level 1 at least. And level 2 is partial, level 3 conditional, 4 is high, and 5 is fully automated. And we do actually have some fully automated vehicles, but often these are on mine sites or private roads. Here in Australia, we do not have the legislation that allows us to have fully automated vehicles mixing in with not fully automated vehicles. And that's why we had the scenario of under 100% and 100% fully automated take-up to test our scenarios. The next slide talks about those areas in which we're looking under the ISO standards, and we're just using these categories to give us a framework to proceed in our thinking about what connected and automated vehicles will offer us. And so it's around the policy, the strategic view, how we plan for activities, how we understand our customer and stakeholders' needs and expectations, what are the legislative and statutory requirements that we need to consider when putting in place new initiatives, and particularly an issue in asset management and infrastructure management is risk. And risk management is a very high priority in understanding about connected and autonomous vehicles on our road system. So the next slide goes into understanding some of the review findings. We wanted to look at, well, what's happening in the international arena. And so this slide tells us about policy and strategy. And in policy, we find that vehicle safety and cybersecurity frameworks may need to be developed, that there should be a wider discussion on climate change and the shift to the low carbon economy, and that connected and autonomous vehicles can help us achieve that. And it's a big important element in that policy framework, that policymakers could also consider offering incentives for things like ride sharing to encourage reduced vehicle ownership. And here in Western Australia, and in many countries around the world, we love our individual car ownership. It's an important element of our family and the constellation of how we work and operate. But in order to build a sustainable future, we need to rethink how we are going to go forward in the future in transport. And this is a huge opportunity in this conference to be able to look at some of those issues. And I commend the organisers of the conference in their consideration of these issues, knowing that there are global implications for each of those elements. Strategy that connected and autonomous vehicles can further improve the performance of smart infrastructures, and that we can have smart freeways. We can look at metering, and we look at understanding how these can be captured in asset management strategies. That it's not just about on the road, but parking and parking pricing strategies that we can build into a model for the shared economy. And so CAVs are really a vehicle and an instrument to be able to rethink what we do with cars and car ownership, that we can have areas that help support our community in terms of our parking, planning, and car utilisation. The next set of considerations are around planning and customer and stakeholder expectations. And our literature findings and comparisons look at understanding town planning and putting connected and autonomous vehicles into that town planning. And in Australia, a lot of these are electric vehicles, and a lot of the infrastructure is about understanding what we need as charging points for electric vehicles and the range of those electric vehicles. But CAVs can revolutionise future public transport in the urban and suburban environments. And they present an opportunity to have better intermodal integration. And so this seamless transport model is something that comes up in a global consideration of transport. Now, what do we need to think about with our customers and our stakeholders? Well, for us, in terms of data security, they need to be addressed to ensure privacy is protected, because information is shared freely between cars and vehicles and the system. And I think that this is a really important element, that we need to protect privacy, but also enable that shared environment. So that delicate balance between those two elements. And customer expectations may really increase in terms of seeking reduced congestion, emissions reduction, and improved mobility. The legislative area and the risk management are the last two that I'll talk about. And so the next slide can show the issues around what we need is a common repository, because a lot of regional and national areas don't work together, and that they may collect data or have rules and regulations that are different from each other. And I know in Australia, we have 6 states, and it's hard to get national legislation in some areas and national consistency. And I know a lot of jurisdictions have this because there are regional governments, there are local governments, and to try and align is a challenge. And so we need to understand, well, what's needed to get a common repository, and what's the end-to-end regulation in terms of this commercial deployment. And in risk management, ideally, CAVs will stop crashes. And this is one of the fabulous elements of understanding autonomous vehicles. However, we still don't know whether this is possible, because we have to have a decision regime and a decision framework built into the autonomous vehicle, and we still don't quite trust that yet. We need to understand then what level of uptake we're going to have in terms of that risk assessment. So what are the opportunities for safety and sustainability? The next slide will show us a model. We will improve road safety, we'll decrease carbon emissions, traffic congestion will be decreased, and importantly around the intermodal integration and improve supply chains, because one of the big issues in transportation is that last mile. We can move goods over long distances, although interrupted by COVID. But that last mile is a really important and challenging area for us. And we improve mobility for people, so moving around cities. And we have the opportunity of an integrated, fully optimized transport system. So that's the promise, but the challenges are that we need to reconsider space utilisation and a new approach to transport integration. We also need policy development and planning processes that can adapt to a more complex environment, and there's a lot more uncertainty than in the past around that planning environment. And there's many opportunities claimed, but a lot of those opportunities and importantly positive elements may only be realised when it's 100% to full autonomy, so the 100% uptake. So we've couple of recommendations in terms of this is the development of a framework for digital infrastructure to prevent cybercrime, because connected and autonomous vehicles are highly vulnerable to that, and that we need national coordinated policy standards and regulation. And in conclusion, for the next slide, it's around the fact that connected and autonomous vehicles, they impact transport management in many areas of the policy, strategy, planning, customer and stakeholder expectations, and the legislative areas and risk management, with risk management being very, very high on that list. But they provide opportunities to rethink existing road infrastructure to coexist with other travel modes, as well as improving road design to accommodate the 100% connected and autonomous vehicle uptake for improving asset management outcomes. But they present some challenges, so they're not without their issues, particularly in regard to managing the rapidly changing transport market. The transition to mobility as a service, which is around the shared area of understanding that we don't just have individual car ownership, but that may be shared. It may be multiple owners, or it may be available to all a community, and that there's a rapid increase in micro-mobility, so those small trips. And fueled by technological changes, our increased customer expectations, because as soon as you start talking about connected and autonomous vehicles, the technology future opens up to think for people, the community, to think that we have a whole array of new opportunities and innovation at their fingertips. Now, for some, that's very scary, and for others, it's well overdue. So we need to manage and balance those expectations about the improved mobility that will ensue from connected and autonomous vehicles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Carrie Brown.
Yes.
Big applause.
For the very interesting presentation about managing transport system sustainability and risk in the context of connected and autonomous vehicles. And next invited speaker in the second panel session is Professor Patrick Wheeler from University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. And before we are inviting Professor Patrick Wheeler on screen, allow us to read his profile first. Professor Pat Wheeler, or Patrick Wheeler, currently as the Global Engagement Director for the Faculty of Engineering, the head of the Power Electronics, Machines and Control Research Group, and the Director of the University of Nottingham's Institute of Aerospace Technology. He was head of the Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering at the University of Nottingham from 2015 to 2018. He is a member of the IEEE PEL's ADCOM and is currently IEEE PEL's Vice President for Technical Operation. Moreover, he has published over 850 academic publications in leading international conferences and journals.
And he will deliver the topic about sustainable transport, electric vehicle. So on this occasion, we would like to invite Professor Patrick Wheeler that already joined in the Zoom. Hello, Professor Patrick.
Okay. Okay, now we are waiting for Professor Patrick Wheeler to be on screen.
Yep, Professor Pat.
Good morning.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. Good morning, Prof.
Okay, and can you see my slides okay?
Okay. Okay, so are you ready to deliver your speech, Prof?
Yep. Can you see my slides okay?
Yes, we can see your slide.
And
Perfect.
also your face, Prof. Nice.
Excellent, that's good.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
the time is yours, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's very nice to be here. I'm very sorry I can't be with you in person this morning. It's this morning, it's quite early in the morning here in the UK. But what I want to share with you for the next 15 minutes or so is a quick look at electric vehicle technology as part of the sustainable transport process. Now, I come from a large research group at the University of Nottingham, where we have about 160 people working on transportation, electrification, and energy conversion systems. And we've got about 20 professors, 65 postdoctoral research fellows, and about 70 PhD students. And so the work I'm going to present is not just my own work, but that work of that large team. We work across the topics of electrical motors or electrical machines, the power electronics systems that are needed for the electric motor drives to drive those. And we do a lot of work as well on how we build power electronics and how reliable it is, one of the concerns that we have in electric vehicle technologies. We have a lot of underlying scientific research that backs this up. We're also lucky in that we moved into a new facility in Nottingham last year. As well as electric vehicles, which I'm obviously talking about today, we also work in aerospace propulsion with an all-electric aircraft, as well as connecting renewable energy to the grid. I'll come back to that at the end. One thing about electric vehicle technology that we always have to remember is this is not a new idea. In fact, the first cars or vehicles were electric. The oldest one I can find goes back to Jedlik's electric vehicle. You can see it on the slide there, which was built in Hungary in 1828. So what we're actually doing is trying to make a 200-year-old technology work. So what went wrong the first time? It's always interesting to look at history and to see what the problems were and what problems they couldn't solve. Well, by 1912, the electric car production hit its peak of 20th century production, because in the early 1900s, cars were electric. They were competing against steam engines. Then somebody invented the internal combustion engine and reduced the cost enough to put that onto cars. And you can see there that by 1928, 100 years after the first electric vehicle, the electric car cost 3 times as much as the petrol car. And people buying cars were worried about cost of purchase, and the range. Nearly 100 years later, the main difficulties we have with electric cars, the things that we're considering, are the cost and the range. So as engineers, it's part of our work, our duty, to consider how to reduce those two things. How do we reduce the cost and increase the range of electric vehicles? To solve that problem that's been around for nearly 100 years. Now, something has happened in that time, so it's not an impossible task. What's happened is power electronics, the ability to control electrical energy in an efficient and fast manner. And when we look at a modern electric vehicle, there's one on the screen there now, we find that we've got quite a complicated system. We have the electric traction motor to drive the wheels, but that needs various power electronic converters to connect it to the battery. We also need power electronic converters, all the blue boxes there, to connect to the grid and to low voltage loads. And it's that advent of power electronics using the transistors. Transistors are 75 years old this year, so it's a good time to be looking at that. So that transistor-based power electronic converter technology that has allowed us to make the electric vehicles today work in a way that wasn't possible 100 years ago. And maybe, just maybe, that gives us the efficiency along with the energy storage technology to make this way of driving a vehicle in a clean and sustainable way a possibility. At Nottingham, we do a lot of work with a lot of people on electric vehicles. The one I was going to talk about, just as an example, is our electric superbike. The reason for that is this is a bike we have designed and built ourselves, so I can talk about this openly and freely. It's also quite an exciting vehicle to have around. So we built this bike. We started building bikes back in 2014. We're European race champions in 2015 and 16. And for those of you who know your motorbike races, we finished on the podium of the Isle of Man TT in 2016, 17 and 18. And this bike is no slouch. It's faster around a Formula One track than a BMW superbike. So why do we race, and why is it important to make electric vehicle technology exciting? Well, motorsport is a good way to raise awareness of new technology, and I know TV and media coverage are essential for that. And I know that in Indonesia, in Jakarta, you had Formula E earlier this year, and in fact the motors on the Formula E car that won that race, the Jaguar car, were designed by one of my ex-PhD students who now works for that team. And that tells us something else. Pushing the boundaries of new technology. Race vehicles can be a good way to test new technology quickly. You're not looking for the same levels of reliability as you are in a car that you might use every day. And we can also test new ideas and challenge those regulations. For those of you who don't know the Isle of Man TT, the Isle of Man is a small island off the English coast. And that track you can see on that map is 60 kilometers of narrow undulating road. This is a very dangerous place to race motorbikes, and they've been racing motorbikes there for the last 120 years. So it's a very, very good place to go and to test new technology. Our bike averages about 120 miles an hour, nearly 200 kilometers an hour around that island. So that's quite fast, but it could go faster. When I say it could go faster, it could go quite a lot faster if we had more stored energy. So the thing that limits our speed is the energy we can store on this vehicle. And the energy is stored in a battery. When we look at how we can store electrical energy, we see that there's a chart I've shown here, and this is comparing power density against energy density. So the obvious way to store electrical energy is with a rechargeable battery. And when we look back in time, we see that rechargeable battery technology is changing and evolving with time. We go back, if we have a look in our internal combustion cars today, we'll see that there's a lead acid battery there. That works quite well, but it's big, it's heavy, doesn't store that much electrical energy. We then went through a phase of using NiCad batteries, nickel metal hydride batteries, and finally, more recently, ending up with lithium-based batteries, the lithium-ion battery. And we all have those probably in our pockets today, in our mobile phones, as well as in electric vehicles and so on. Now, what history tells you is that every decade or so, there's a change in this battery chemistry. So one of the things that will happen is we're going to get another change in battery chemistry. There will be something else. And if you look on this chart, I've compared not only the rechargeable batteries, but the internal combustion engine with a fuel tank, and as well as fuel cells, an interesting technology if you want good energy density, and capacitors, an interesting technology where you need good power density. So my prediction is that history tells us that we're going to get another battery technology. You will know when that's arrived because you will charge your mobile phone once a week, not once a day. And when that new electrochemistry is developed, we will know that that's going to help us with the range of the electric vehicles, and range anxiety will no longer be an issue. So we're really waiting for that new technology. If I knew what that technology was, before anybody asks me, then I'd be very rich and I would probably be buying Twitter from Elon Musk. Maybe I wouldn't have the great opportunity to speak to you today. But that technology needs to happen, and when it does, range goes away. In the meantime, we can have practical electric cars. We can drive electric vehicles, but we do need to think about the infrastructure to support those electric vehicles. So, as well as the power electronics and the power converters and the electric motors that we work on a lot in Nottingham, a lot of other people work on those to get the efficiency, the size, the weight down, as well as the cost. So we're working on all of those. But if we're going to have electric vehicles, we also need to think about the infrastructure and the power systems, the electrical utility systems in our countries to make sure that we can drive our electric vehicles wherever and whenever we want to. One of the big problems we have with electric vehicles in the UK at the moment is charging them when people are on long journeys. People report having to wait to be able to charge their electric cars at motorways, service stations, and so on. And that problem becomes because of the requirements for the electrical utility to provide electrical energy to those sites, because those sites are often in quite rural locations away from our cities. And you can see in the UK, we have a lot of charging points already, but just not the density of them at the points we need them. The bottom right-hand picture is the first all-electric service station in the UK. You can see there all the charging points for the cars. We need 100 more of those are planned, but they're not coming quickly enough for us in terms of that deployment. And this all comes back to how we charge cars. When we charge them at our home or in our workplace, we can charge them with local chargers, and we can charge them quite slowly overnight or during the day when we're working. And the our government has encouraged the installation of those chargers by subsidies and so on. However, when we're doing long journeys and the range of our electric vehicle is not enough for that journey, we then have to think about fast charging, charging the car quickly so that we can stop, have a 20-minute rest, maybe have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, and charge the car back up to nearly full to be able to complete the journey. And it's that fast charging in one location or in single locations on the highway which puts a big requirement on our electrical utilities to provide electricity at those right points. So the investment and the government action in terms of making sure that infrastructure is going to be in the places where we need it, so that we've got access to electrical energy where we want to charge the cars quickly, That's essential if we're going to get the right deployment of those charging stations. The other thing we're going to see in this process is a lot of focus on workforce skills. Electric vehicle maintenance is different. There are significantly fewer moving parts in an electric vehicle than there are in an internal combustion engine. There's no need to replace oil. There's no need to work on an internal combustion engine. An electric motor and a power electronic converter can last decades without any work. And even things like brakes will not require the same amount of work as they have today, because the braking system is not used as much, or the conventional friction brakes are not used as much, because we like to regenerate electrical energy from the momentum of the vehicle and back into the battery when we want to slow down. So there's still work to be done on tyres, checking the brakes, accident repair, and so on. But the mechanical servicing skills won't be needed, but a knowledge of electrical engineering and computing and IT will be, because system faults will be found with computer diagnosis rather than the skill of the technician. So, two things we need to invest in. One is this change in the workforce skills, and the second is the electrical utility network infrastructure to be able to charge those electric vehicles at the places where people wish to charge them. So, just to conclude from that, the electrification of transportation is happening. Things are moving forward. They're moving forward very quickly. Technology development is essential in that process. Power electronics and electrical machine technologies, ones we develop in Nottingham, are part of that picture and key technologies for that. But the electrical energy storage systems, rechargeable batteries, maybe fuel cells, also need to improve if we're going to have the confidence in the range of the vehicles to be able to use them in the way we use vehicles today. And the previous speaker also highlighted why that can be important. The workforce skills requirements are changing, so there's a need to think about education, but there's also a need to think about our infrastructure. Electrical power utility systems need to be ready for the growth and the demand at particular locations of electrical energy, and we need to generate that electrical energy in a clean and sustainable way if we're going to have the complete system with the sustainability goals that we can all see. So thank you very much for listening. I hope that has been interesting, and I will hand back over to the hosts. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Patrick Wheeler, for your presentation about sustainable transport electric vehicle. Can we have a big round of applause for Professor Pat Wheeler? And Professor Pat, would you please remain on screen for us to have our panel discussion following after this?
Yeah.
And now also to join Professor Patrick Wheeler for our discussion, panel discussion.
Yep.
Also, we're gonna invite
Professor Carrie Brown.
Yes. Oh, already on screen. Thank you so
great.
much.
Thank you. And of course, our first invited speaker, Ibu Siti Maimunah.
Siti
Please,
Maimunah.
Ibu
Would you
Mai,
please join us on the stage? And as usual, you can have the middle seat. And I'll be on your right. And wow, you have a lot of fans and supporters. And San is going to be on your left. Okay. Thank you once again to Professor Carrie and Professor Patrick Wheeler for joining us, for continuing this session with our panel discussion. So as we mentioned before, we already invite our participants online to send your question throughout our chat box. And also, we're going to have our friends, our participant delegates, on site here in Bali to also give your question regarding their presentation.
Okay. Okay. Ready? To
Are you
all
ready?
the three invited speakers.
So,
Okay.
before we moving on
okay.
with the question from our online friends who still with us, thank you so much for your time. Any question from our friends, delegates, participants here in Bali?
Yep.
Our on site here in Bali Don't hesitate.
first opportunity
Yep.
to the offline participants.
Yeah, you can choose. You can ask to Dr. Siti Maimuna, or Prof. Carrie Brown, or Prof. Patrick Wheeler. Any question, just raise your hand and state your name.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's a kind of a slow
Perhaps
starter.
because actually Prof. Carey and Prof. Brown and Prof. Wheeler, actually this is almost at quite late afternoon, so perhaps everyone quite tired, yes, and sleepy moment. So although in Prof. Wheeler, perhaps still early morning, yeah, Prof, yeah, still excited, yeah. Okay, but I think we can go to the online question first, yeah,
Yeah,
from
go
the
ahead.
Zoom chat, yeah. Okay, so the first question.
Yes, from
This
whom?
goes to Professor Carrie Brown. You have a fans, Professor Brown. Okay.
And the question is?
Okay, and the question is, this coming from Bapak Franz Tohom. So the question is, the stigma associated with autonomous electric vehicle is that they are still exceedingly dangerous or risky in the traffic accident, including fire accidents. Even well-known corporations frequently have this issue. Many individuals are now dubious about the need for driverless vehicle in the future as a result of this. What can we do, or what had already done to resolve this issue? So I think this question also can be applicable to Professor Brown, Professor Patrick, and of course to Ibu Mai, because this is also regarding the autonomous electric vehicle. Perhaps Professor Brown can answer first?
I think with that long question,
Exactly,
all
2,
the
3, yeah?
speakers
3
should
speakers.
answer that.
Exactly. Please, Professor Brown.
Thank you. Yes, it is a topical issue about risk management and the safety of autonomous vehicles. And there are scientists working on vision and the technology of vision. There are scientists working on the framing of questions that autonomous vehicles need to consider. So it's about understanding, are they going to crash into a tree and kill someone in the vehicle, or are they going to crash into a group and not kill the person in the vehicle? So there's enormous moral and ethical questions about the programming of the vehicles and their ability to make decisions. And so I realize that these are not easy, but we have to think of it as multi-layered in terms of we have congestion already, we have deaths according to vehicle accidents and crashes, we have enormous costs because the system itself is crowded and at times somewhat dangerous. So it's around understanding what are the limits of this. And at the moment, we can have autonomous vehicles, like the more advanced thinking around is that we don't have driverless vehicles, we have autonomous vehicles, and that we have people able to take over in times of challenge, difficulty, and accident. So I'll leave it at there so that the panel can have some more time to discuss this, but it is a fascinating question, and it's not just about the technology, it is about the framing of decision making around the vehicles as well.
Okay, so not only about the issues of the dangers, but also there are so many things that needs to be concerned, yeah, Prof, regarding the program and also the decision maker itself. Okay, so perhaps Professor Wheeler have another perspective on this question, but because this is also related with your topic, I guess, Prof. Wheeler, what do you think?
Well, early electric vehicles in the current century, like many technologies when they're introduced, did get some bad publicity. I mean, the batteries can catch fire. Is that really a risk? Well, you all have a mobile phone in your pocket. There's a risk that that phone could catch fire, but something's happened, and that is the understanding of how to manage the battery. And I'm sure many of you will have put your phone on the windscreen of a car or in the sunshine and found that the phone just shuts itself down because it's protecting itself. That's not exactly the best way in a car, but the same principles of battery management can help that battery in those situations. The other thing that's happened is that we understand how cars behave in crashworthiness, how a car behaves when it does have an accident and so on. And so a lot of work has gone into making the battery, particularly where you have this energy stored, as safe, if not far safer, than the fuel in a fuel tank. So that kind of work's happened. That's a consequence of a crash. In terms of the crashes itself, I don't think it's the autonomous cars that have the problem. I think it's more to do with human beings and the fact that they're unpredictable in the roads and in different situations. And so that the hardest part of the autonomy side of electric vehicles is this mixture of human drivers and autonomous drivers. But there's a question here about how safe do you want it to be? Do you want it to be safer than a human driver? And if so, as society, how much safer than that does it need to be? And as the previous speaker just said, at the moment we have the ability for the human to be still in charge of the vehicle and to take over when needed. And that's the way that the legal process works. That there's a next level of confidence when the vehicle is actually making the ultimate decisions. And that's when this issue will come up. But I think the legal process to get to the point where we're going to have lots of autonomous vehicles on the road is giving the time for people to gain the confidence that the autonomy is actually as safe, if not safer, than the human driver. So it's all about the confidence we have as human beings.
Okay, great. So there's still a relation between the human driver, the autonomous driver also, and one of the important thing that I get is about the legal aspect, yeah, Prof, yeah, regarding the confidence, how confident we are about those electric vehicles. Okay,
yes. Maybe we can ask also Ibu Sid.
Of course,
Ibu Siti Maimuna, maybe there's another thing you want to add, yes, from your perspective.
Please, Bu.
Okay, actually the person who asked the question is here,
Where?
France.
Where?
But maybe he decided to raise the question directly, so he wrote the question in the online system. And then about the autonomous vehicle, actually your question already answered by the previous professors, both professors. But here actually, if I think about the integration of the transportation, because I talk about the multimodal transport, about the autonomous vehicle is this one. Also applicable for the public transport, both for the passenger and also for the freight transport. So don't think that the autonomous vehicle, because maybe the current, maybe most of us think about the autonomous vehicle, this one only for the like private vehicles, something like this. But actually, this one also applicable for the public transport, both for the freight and also the passenger transport. But we have to, yeah, about the brave, about the confident that already Pat Wheeler already mentioned, and also about the safety. Actually, this one is the first thing that we have to consider about the autonomous vehicles.
Thank you, Ibu Siti Maimuna. And Santi, we've heard before that a lot of participants here cheering for Ibu Siti.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe, I think this is the moment for us to give another shot, another moment. If one of you want to have a question for either Ibu Siti or Prof. Wheeler or Professor Brown, you may raise your hand. Not just clapping your hand, maybe you can raise your hand.
Or I can help you to point someone to raise the question, no need.
Sure. Okay, anyone want to ask question? Okay, on our left side. Can you please stand up and state your name? Sir?
Okay, applause.
Wow, all right. Looking sharp.
Excuse me, my name is Ezra Pandangan from Politeknik Transportasi Darat Indonesia. I have question for Ibu Siti Maimuna.
Could you please slow it down? No need to rush. We have all the time this afternoon before Maghrib, of course.
Okay. Excuse me, sir. My question is why Indonesian government not doing the same thing like China government did? What is the pro and contra if Indonesia giving the shipping cost subsidy for shipping to all area in Indonesia?
Ibu Siti,
Are you
do you get the question?
ma'am? Excuse me.
Not. Can you say it more clearly this time? Okay. Are you okay? Do you need coffee or something?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm fine,
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Are you sleepy?
Not really.
Ah, you're lying.
Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's okay. Fine. Excuse me. What's your name again?
My name is Ezra Pandiangan from Ezra Pandiangan.
Ah, that's how you say it.
Ezra Pandiangan.
Pandiangan.
Yes.
Okay.
From Politeknik Transportasi Darat Indonesia.
Okay.
From Politeknik Transportasi Darat Indonesia.
That's
My question
how
is,
yes.
why Indonesia government not doing the same thing like what China government did? And what is pro and contra if Indonesia giving the shipping cost subsidy for shipping to all area in Indonesia?
Oh, shipping cost
Subsidy.
Subsidizing
Yeah.
shipping
Thank you,
cost.
ma'am.
That's
Thank
your
you, sir.
question,
Yes.
Ezra?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Okay.
Satisfied?
Yes, everything.
Okay, thank you so
good.
much. You may see it again.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Maybe direct.
Big applause for Ezra from Ezra Pandiangan from. Okay.
Yeah, his name is Ezra. All right,
Yeah.
Ezra.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Give applause first for the cadet.
Oh, the cadet. All right.
Okay, about your question about the subsidy for the shipping. Actually, government of Indonesia already gave a lot of subsidy for the shipping. And then so many program of the government, including like you ever heard about tol laut?
Yep.
Yeah, sea toll. That's one also the subsidized by the government. And also South Sea shipping. Ever you heard about South Sea shipping? No. South Sea shipping is the shipment of the freight in the Java Island until to Lombok, Nusa Tenggara. But this one, we call this one using the ship, and also this one called South Sea shipping because the distance is short, not like until among of the big island in Indonesia. So this one government also give the subsidy. But why the shipment of the freight is not so interesting in Indonesia? Not so many freight shipped by the shipment, right? The shipping by ship, because still not so efficient among of the time. So the travel time of the using the ship, this one still longer, and also for the handling, this one also takes time. If using the road transportation, usually is more efficient in the travel time, but the other thing is costly because of the congestion and other thing, the pollution and also because the amount of the shipment of the using the road transportation is not so big, right? Only one cargo, one vehicles. But in using the shipment, this one using ship, this one can be with a huge amount. So, but the government already did the subsidy and many program. But yeah, still we need to encourage many, maybe the operator and so on, and then also the industry to use the ship for the shipment of the freights.
All right, thank you, Dr. Siti, for the enlightenment. Ezra, satisfied? Yes, okay, thank you, Ezra.
Okay, great.
Sandy, any other question from our participant online?
Yes.
Yes.
It is one question. It's coming from Dr. Sakib Ali. Yeah? Dr. Sakib Ali. So this question also can go to the all speakers.
Also,
yeah?
Prof. Brown,
Yes.
Prof. Wheeler, and also Dr. Siti.
Yes, perhaps in a different perspective. Yeah. So the question is, moving transportation will build massive needs of batteries. Okay, of the batteries, but the batteries productions unit, yeah, sometimes will cause more harm to the nature as compared to the gasoline fuel. Why would we need to move to an electric vehicle? Okay, this is regarding the source, yeah?
Yeah.
So perhaps can clarify or anything. Okay, maybe we can go first with Prof. Wheeler first.
Yeah, Prof.
Yes?
Wheeler.
Because you discussed about the battery also. Okay, Prof.
Okay, thank you. I'm not an expert on the harm caused in battery production, but obviously there is mining involved for some of the chemicals you need, and so on. But once you have the battery, you have a long lifetime when that battery can be used to store energy. And not just in the electric vehicle, but there's a lot of work in the second life of those batteries, maybe supporting the electricity utility grid, and in recycling those batteries to reclaim those chemicals. So if I've understood the question correctly, it's about the battery production. And I would say that the energy and the mining and so on that goes into that battery production pays back that damage in a far better way than the damage to the environment from burning the fossil fuels, from the pollution and from the greenhouse gases and so on. However, I would restate, it's not my area of expertise. So maybe others will have more information on that.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So correct me if I'm wrong, so it's related also to the long-term impact, yeah, Prof, yeah, of the battery itself.
It's not just the production, it's what happens over the entire lifetime of that battery.
Okay, so now let's hear from the other's perspective.
Yes.
Perhaps Ibu Dr. Siti Maimunah? Okay.
Yep. After that, we're gonna hear from
Professor Brown, okay?
perspective.
Maybe from me, I don't have any idea about this one because I'm not expert in this kind of things. But I think, yeah, the technology is still growing and then still continuing to improve. Maybe we are now still like doubtful about this kind of the battery and then the source and so on. But I believe maybe in the next future and then this one, it can be more well developed in the technology and then more environmental friendly. Actually, this one of the concern, right? Why we shift to the electric vehicles because the environmental issue. But yeah, still about this kind of thing, the expert, I'm not on that one, sorry. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Siti Maimunah. And next to Professor Brown, anything to add about that question and this issue?
It's just a follow on in that the fuels are have their problems, the diesel particulates, and peak oil, in that we may come to the end of our supply. It's not an endless supply. And also, we're experimenting with different fuels, hydrogen, for example, and other fuels. So I come from a policy background, and some of these are around, well, there are policy windows and policy opportunities, and the electric vehicles seem to be an answer in a particular way to solve some of the problems that we have. And there may well be a leapfrogging of other technologies and other opportunities that will come. So you think about the way in which we adopt technology and innovation. It may be that this is only a temporary measure, but it also may have an ability to stay around when we improve battery technology. So I think it's part of a policy and programmatic prescription about how we move past some challenges that we have with the cars and the automation or vehicles that we have at the moment.
Okay, so we hear another different perspective, yeah?
Yep.
Because Professor Brown also talked about the policy. Yes, once we are producing something in a country or in a society, must be have certain policies. Okay,
Sure
to protect the society, of course.
Sure
All
do.
right.
Any other question maybe from our on-site
Yes.
participants?
Another opportunity.
Okay, from this lady.
Okay, we have offline question, Prof. Brown and also Prof. Wheeler.
Yeah. Hi, Ibu. We meet again.
Hi, thank you very much for the second opportunity for me.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm going to address my question to Professor Kerry.
Yep.
It's very interesting to have the connected and autonomous vehicles program in Australia. My question is, in which area do you think this program would be more flexible, would be more possible to be implemented? Is it in urban area or in a rural area in Australia? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Okay, Professor Brown, you may answer.
Thank you. We already have autonomous vehicles in the mining industry in Australia, particularly where I'm from in Western Australia. We have an extensive and very profitable mining industry. And we use those vehicles already because they don't require using the road system that is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Main Roads. And so the issues around regulatory and statutory limitations are stopping connected and autonomous vehicles at the highest level, self-driving, in our national road landscape. But we do use them in other areas, and I can see that we would use them in ports. We would use them in confined areas where people have their own roads and road systems. And we've just had an exciting development in Western Australia for a testing facility in industrial land for mining and heavy equipment. So there's other areas in the United States and across Europe and Asia, obviously, but I think those are the areas where the uptake can show where an ecosystem can be operated, and when there are roads that have autonomy of themselves in a governance perspective. Aged care, I think, would be absolutely helped by connected and autonomous vehicles. You can see it in the agriculture industry. There's some testing of people in construction using equipment, and the equipment can test people's health and well-being. So if someone is using equipment in the construction industry, cranes and heavy vehicles, they can be continually monitored through ear buds, and their health and well-being can be checked. So we already have interesting opportunities for connected and autonomous vehicles to have individual outcomes, but also ecosystem outcomes when you, if governments are not prepared to put them on the roads, they can be in confined spaces. And I really applaud the work at the University of Nottingham, Professor Wheeler, about the work that you're doing, and that's sort of on a confined road, even though it's very fast.
Okay, so what do you think, Miss? Okay, okay, good.
Okay, is there any other question from our on-site participants, or can we check from online,
Yes,
Santi?
yes.
Do we have another question? Maybe, I
Yes.
think we still have
Yes.
a short amount of time
Yes,
this afternoon.
exactly. So another questions coming from the online participants. This is addressed to Professor Wheeler. So Professor Wheeler. So the question is coming from Bapak Arif. So the question is, in Indonesia, the use of electric vehicle, hold on. The use of electric vehicle is being encouraged. Which do you think is more efficient, making new electric vehicle or converting ICE vehicle into electric vehicle?
All right, that's a question to Professor Wheeler.
I think this is a good question, and the answer is it depends. It depends on the use cycle of the vehicle, and it depends on the design of the vehicle as to whether you can actually do the electrification. So if you take something like a long distance bus or a truck, where you might actually re-engine that type of vehicle a number of times during its lifetime, and you have the space to put the right level of energy storage and so on, then I can see that there's a good argument for when that engine is life expired, replacing it with an electric drivetrain and a battery system. And you could see the economic argument for doing that. That works quite well. When it comes to motorbikes, the first race motorbike we built, we actually took an existing motorbike, it was a Suzuki, and we electrified it. And we found that the strength in the frame of the motorbike was all in the wrong places, because the frame of the motorbike was designed around the internal combustion engine. That was part of the structural members of the motorbike. And replacing that engine with batteries didn't replace that strength sufficiently. And so in that regard, that wasn't a good way to convert. And we had to build a custom designed frame, in other words, a new vehicle. Cars, depends on the lifetime of the car, and it depends on what you're using it for. But I would say that often it's better to wait for vehicles to life expire, and when you replace them with an electric version, but a vehicle that's been designed around the use of electric motors rather than trying to retrofit. So it depends on the use case, it depends on the vehicle type, it depends on the distances you're covering, and you could look at those costs and the payback of those in terms of environmental impact, as well as just in terms of the price. But I think it's that calculation of the environmental impact that's important. If, as I say, the vehicle that you're considering is appropriate to adapt, as opposed to having to be replaced because it wasn't designed to be an electric vehicle in the first place. So it's a good question. You have to remember that trucks and buses are operating maybe 12, 18 hours a day, as opposed to private cars, which spend most of their time sitting still. And so actually the bigger gains could be gained from some of the freight in the public transport. You could get some initial gains there, which could be quite good.
Okay, so it really depends on the context, yeah, Prof, yeah? Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Santi.
Yep.
Due to our limited time, can we still go to the last question, or we can just go to the closing remarks from our speakers?
I think we can go to the concluding remark from all the invited speakers.
Yep.
Because this conference is, we can say, dedicated to the safe and sustainable transportation.
Sure.
So we want to hear your perspective as the concluding remark, or perhaps the concluding message to all of us here watching the ICSMS. Based on your expertise, So, any concluding remarks? Maybe start with Ibu Dr. Siti Maimunah, Ibu.
Okay, thank you. Actually, for my concluding remarks, I just want to say, integrated transportation is a must because to make transportation more effective, efficient, and also sustainable. That's one.
Okay, now we are going to Professor Carrie Brown. Your concluding remarks.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I think the connected and autonomous vehicles is a complex issue because it's not just about the autonomy of the vehicle on the road, but the way in which the network interacts with vehicles, their occupants, and other cars within that ecosystem. So we have set ourselves a huge challenge, but also I think that the opportunities are incredible. And for us to think through how we can improve our lives as a result of this is an important step. And we will learn from each other across the globe. And this step of having the conference is a very good one. Congratulate you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Brown. Okay, and the last concluding remark from Professor Pat Wheeler, please.
Okay, I think that transportation electrification is happening. It's part of the move to a more sustainable transportation network. It addresses the goals of COP27 and so on. It is going to be a long journey. It doesn't happen overnight, but as long as we start that journey and we adopt that technology, along with things like autonomy as well, we can have a far more efficient and less harmful to the environment transportation system, so that we can keep the economic benefits of having good transportation, both for goods and for people, and the freedoms we all enjoy, whilst at the same time doing a lot less damage to the environment we live in.
Okay, thank you to Professor Patrick Wheeler, also Professor Carrie Brown and Dr. Siti Maimuna for joining us in this very insightful discussion this very afternoon.
Yes.
Can we have a big round of applause for these three speakers? Ibu, jangan kemana-mana dulu. Would you please remain on stage with us? Because as the recognition and appreciation from the organizing committee of ICSMS 2022, we would like to give token of appreciation to all invited speakers in the second session of this panel discussion. And please welcome Bapak Bambang Istianto, SST MT, as the third Deputy Director of Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety, PKTJ Indonesia, to give a token of appreciation to our invited speakers.
Okay, so for the first token of appreciation is to Ibu Dr. Siti Maimuna, SSE MSA-MA, as the Head of Education Division at Human Resource Development Center of Land Transportation Indonesia. Please have a big applause to Ibu Dr. Siti Maimuna.
All right. Okay, Ibu Siti Maimuna, would you please remain on stage with us? And for the second token of appreciation, will be given to Professor Carrie Brown from Edith Cowan University, Perth, Western Australia.
Pak Bambang, would you mind to stay on stage?
Yes.
To congratulate, okay. Okay, so for the second?
Token of appreciation to Professor Carrie Brown from Edith Cowan University, Perth, Western Australia. And the e-certificate will be sent to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Brown. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And for the third token of appreciation will be given to Professor Patrick Wheeler from University of Nottingham, United Kingdom.
Thank you so much, Professor Wheeler. Big
Thank
applause
you very
to
much.
all the three invited speakers.
Thank you so much once again.
Yes, Ibu Maimuna, perhaps we can take a good documentations, please. Come on stage, Ibu.
Would you please
Okay.
come
So
back
the
on stage.
documentation team. Okay, ready?
All right, can we have a good angle for Ibu Siti Maimuna? Okay, would you please be on the center stage? Everybody, Professor Brown, Professor Wheeler, and Ibu Dr. Siti Maimuna, give a big smile for this.
Awarding session.
Yep. Thank you so much. Once again, can we have a big round of applause for this discussion with this
Thank
distinguished
you so
speakers. And thank you so much to
Thank you
once
so
again
much.
Professor Brown, Professor Wheeler, Ibu Dr. Siti Maimuna, and also Bapak Imade Swartika for giving a token of appreciation.
Okay.
Mbak Santi, would you please be with me on the center stage?
Okay, okay. I will go to the center. Okay. Okay.
All right, Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on for the last agenda, we would like to invite Dr. Andes Nahduddin, MSc, as Head of Human Resources Development Center on Land Transportation, Indonesia, to give the closing speech in ICSMS Day 1. And before that, allow us to read his profile first. Dr. Andes Nahduddin, Master of Science, earned a bachelor's degree from Universitas Jenderal Sudirman with a specialization in environmental biology. He then continued his studies in the field of general maritime administration and environment protection at the World Maritime University Malmö, Sweden, and majored in international transport and logistics at the Arab Academy for Science and Technology Transport, Alexandria, Egypt. Currently, he serves as the head of Human Resources Development Center on Land Transportation after previously serving as head of the Manado Bitung Class 1 Navigation District, head of bilateral and sub-regional relations, transportation attaché of the Indonesian Consulate General in Jeddah, and also head of analysis and evaluation in Ministry of Transportation.
So on this occasion, we would like to invite Bapak Dr. Andes Nahdudin, Master of Science, to the stage. Now the time is yours, Bapak Nahdudin. Okay, so Bapak Nahdudin already joined in through the Zoom. Okay, please welcome Bapak. Okay.
Thank you, MC. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, we can hear your voice, sir, loud and clear.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. Baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, Ministry of Transportation, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Honoris Causa Insinyur Budi Karya Sumadi, Honorable Head of Human Resources Development Agency on Transportation, Dr. Insinyur Joko Sasono, MSc Engineering, Honorable Head of Research Center for Transportation Technology, the National Research and Innovation Agency, Dr. A.M. Muharram, MT, Honorable Representative of the Transportation Policy Agency, Dr. Eni Yuliawati, SA, MSPR, Honorable Representative of the Greater Jakarta Authority, Insinyur Jamrides, MSc, Distinguished Representative of Nottingham University, UK, Prof. Patrick Weller, Distinguished Director of Vehicle Safety and Biomechanic Research Center at Malaysia Institute of Road Safety Research, MIROS, Julhadi Muhammad Jawi, Distinguished Representative of Technical University of Munich, Asia, in Singapore, Dr. Insinyur Ali Bawono, Distinguished Representative of Edith Cowan University, Australia, Prof. Kerry Brown, Distinguished Head of Education Division, Human Resources Development Center on Land Transport, Ibu Dr. Siti Maimunah, SSE, MSA, MA. Distinguished Director of Polytechnic Road Transportation Safety, Ima Deswartika, ETD, MA, Science. Distinguished the whole speakers of this international conference and distinguished participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace and blessing of Allah be upon you. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. A very good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of the Road Transportation Safety Polytechnic and the organizing committee, I am pleased to offer my closing remarks on the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, ICSMS, which was held online and in person with the theme of the safe and sustainable transportation. Distinguished guests, the committee has successfully held the event of a place to share knowledge between researchers, academics, and regulators from various countries. The series of events in this November with the theme of the future of transportation. The conference activities and call paper participants from multiple nations involved were expected to be able to contribute to overcoming transportation problems and increasing the role of transport to realize safe and sustainability transportation from the research field and have been produced. Besides, we must inform you that we have successfully invited some prominent speakers to this agenda. They are keynote speaker by the Minister of Transportation and the head of the Indonesian National Research and Innovation Agency. There are also 7 outstanding presentations from the head of Transportation Policy Agency, Dr. Eni Juliawati, SA, MSTR, from the head of Greater Jakarta Authority, Insinyur Jamrides, MSI, the representative of Nottingham University, Prof. Patrick Weller, and Director General of Malaysian Institute of Road Safety Research, Julhaidi Muhammad Jawi, the representative of Technical University of Munich, Asia in Singapore, by Dr. Engineering Ali Bawono, and the representative of Edith Cowan University, Australia, by Prof. Kerry Brown, and the head of Education Division, Human Resources Development Center on Land Transport, Ibu Dr. Siti Maimunah, SSI, MSI, MA. The presentation of research funding delivery virtually from 5 different countries, such as Indonesia, Germany, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Japan, which will be published in international proceedings, in our first step as academics to be able to participate actively in the transportation sector. Honorable guests, finally, I would like to thank the speakers and the participants who have participated in the successful implementation of the first ICSMS. Hopefully, we can meet again at the next event. It is hoped that the research findings will contribute to developing safe and environment-friendly transportation. Last but not least, I would like to convey my sincere gratitude to Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety for implementing the conference agenda. I hope that this worldwide conference will continue to be organized annually with various subjects that promote sustainable development. I also hope that Polytechnic of Road Transport Safety as an educational institution under the Ministry of Transportation can contribute to the achievement of sustainable transportation. May the Almighty God protect and give abundant blessing to all of us. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Santi.
Okay, thank you so much Bapak Nahdudin for the closing speech at the ICSMS Day 1.
Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all the excitement of today's first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, ICSMS Day 1.
And once again, we would like to remind to all participants to kindly fill the feedback forms of the ICSMS Day 1. And later the committee also will help in type in the Zoom chat box. So finally, we are at the end of the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, or ICSMS Day 1. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees, we hope it has been a beneficial and fruitful day for all of you. So on behalf of the host or organizing committee, Politeknik Keselamatan Transportasi Jalan or Polytechnic of Road Transportation Safety or PKTJ, in partnership with Research Synergy Foundation, supported by Scholar Vein, Research Synergy Institute, Reviewer Track, Research Synergy Press, F1000 Research, Cogent Journals, and Taylor and Francis Group.
Once again, thank you very much to all the distinguished participants, online or offline, for taking the time to join us at the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, ICSMS Day 1. Has been our pleasure to host this international conference. So see you again tomorrow in the ICSMS Day 2 for the academic parallel presentation sessions. Please do pay attention to the Zoom link on Day 2, which is different. You can see the link. And after this, we still have one last agenda, right?
Exactly. So our very last agenda to close this ICSMS Day 1 is the mini workshop preparing research article to F1000 Research, Scopus Q1 and Cogent OA journals, Scopus Q1 and Q2 publication. So please kindly stay in the Zoom for the online participants, and for the offline participants, still stay in the hall of this Politeknik Transportasi Darat Bali, Indonesia for participating in the mini workshop.
All right, once again, thank you very much and see you again tomorrow at the first International Conference on Sustainable Mobility and Safety, ICSMS Day 2, starting at 9 a.m. UTC plus 8 Bali time. Please do check your time zone and in the Zoom link as can be seen on the screen.
Okay, my name is Santi Ramawati and my partner.
My name is Imam Wibawa. Thank you so much once again. Have a good time in the mini workshop and see
See
you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, so in a few minutes, we will continue the agenda of the ICSMS Day 1 for the mini workshop. Okay, so please perhaps can have a short break before we continue to the mini workshop. Still in the same Zoom room, yeah? Thank you.